Imagine going to bed each night with a calm mind, a quiet heart, and the deep, unshakable feeling that everything is exactly as it should be. Imagine closing your eyes, not with worry, but with peace. Now be honest. How many nights have you tossed and turned, replaying conversations, fearing tomorrow, or feeling like your brain just won't shut up? The way you end your day defines how well you sleep, and how you sleep shapes everything else. If you go to bed full of tension, regret, or mental noise, your body may lie still, but your mind will keep running. But if you end your day like a Stoic, with clarity, reflection, and acceptance, then your sleep becomes more than rest. It becomes transformation. Tonight, you're going to discover the ancient Stoic tools that will help you sleep like a sage. These aren't ordinary meditations. They are powerful practices used by great minds like Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus, and Seneca to end the day with strength, calm, and wisdom. You'll learn how to let go of stress, release control, and face the night with peace instead of pressure. So get ready, because this isn't just sleep. This is 4 hours of healing, reflection, and quiet growth. Before we begin, I want you to make a promise to yourself. Write in the comments, "I sleep like a Stoic." You're not just writing words, you're training your brain to think differently. The more you repeat it, the deeper it sinks into your mind, and the more you'll start to feel it. Write it now. Then let's begin this journey into deep, Stoic sleep. You know that feeling when the lights go off, the world gets quiet, but your mind refuses to follow? You're lying still, but inside your head, it's chaos. Thoughts race, regrets whisper, tomorrow's to-do list stretches like a shadow, and no matter how tired your body is, sleep stays just out of reach. It's not just you. So many people go to bed with the weight of the day still sitting on their chest, and then wonder why their sleep is broken, restless, and shallow. But what if there was a way to clear all that noise before your head even touches the pillow? There is. And it begins not with a pill or a podcast or some fancy breathing hack, but with a simple tool that goes back almost 2,000 years. A quiet conversation with yourself. Epictetus, one of the great Stoic minds of ancient Rome, didn't just teach people how to think. He taught them how to live. And part of living well, according to him, meant ending each day with a kind of cleansing. Not physical, but emotional. Not loud, but honest. He believed in using nighttime to face your thoughts, not to fight them, but to organize them. Just like you wouldn't go to sleep in a dirty room, he wouldn't let the mind rest while it was still cluttered. This process, often overlooked in modern life, is what we now call reflective journaling. But for Epictetus, it was something deeper. It was inner dialogue, a form of self-examination, not to punish, but to understand. The purpose wasn't to fix everything in one night. It was to pull apart the knots formed during the day so that the mind could loosen and rest. The best time to do this is in the quiet moments before sleep, not with loud music playing, not with your phone glowing in your face, just you, a pen, and your thoughts. This is where the real work begins, because what you're doing is not writing for others. You're writing for clarity. You're not performing. You're cleaning, and like any good cleaning, it reveals what's underneath all the mess: peace. Start by asking yourself, what did I feel strongly about today? You might feel tempted to skip this question or rush through it, but slow down. Let it come. The emotion doesn't have to be dramatic. It could be a small irritation, a quiet disappointment, or even a moment of joy. What matters is naming it. Because emotions that stay unnamed turn into tension. And tension doesn't go away on its own. It hides in your body, in your shoulders, in your chest, in your jaw, and it keeps you awake. When you name how you felt, you take away its power to hide. And this is key. Epictetus believed that clarity gives us freedom. You can't control feelings that you haven't acknowledged. But once they're on paper, they're outside of you. You can look at them with space, and space is where calm lives. Now that you've named the feeling, the next step is to go deeper. Ask, was this feeling useful? Not in a judgmental way, but with honest curiosity. Maybe anger showed up when someone cut you off in traffic. Maybe you felt ashamed after saying something wrong. Maybe you felt anxious over something you couldn't control. Instead of pretending those feelings didn't exist or drowning in them, look at them like a teacher would. What did this emotion try to tell you? Was it trying to protect you? Was it based on truth or assumption? This part is uncomfortable at first because it forces you to slow down and face yourself. But discomfort isn't danger. It's a signal. And the more often you do this, the easier it becomes to spot the patterns, those emotional loops that play over and over in your mind. When you spot them, you take their script away. You become the one writing your reactions, not just reacting to everything that happens. There's another layer Epictetus invites us into: expectations. These are quiet, sneaky things that often go unnoticed, but they drive much of our suffering. You expected someone to text you back, and they didn't. You expected today to go a certain way, and it didn't. You expected yourself to be better, faster, more in control, and you weren't. And now here you are, lying in bed, angry or disappointed, not because of what happened, but because of what you thought should happen. The Stoics were experts at separating events from expectations. They knew the world doesn't owe us comfort or convenience, but still, our modern minds fall into this trap all the time. So, as part of your nightly reflection, ask, where did I expect something that was never promised to me? That question alone can remove half the weight from your chest, because you'll start to realize how much of your suffering came not from reality, but from fantasy. And this isn't about blaming yourself. It's about releasing yourself. When you catch an unrealistic expectation, you don't need to scold yourself. You simply correct course, like a sailor adjusting the sails when the wind shifts. You say, I see now, I expected too much. And with that simple insight, you let go of disappointment. You replace it with acceptance, not giving up, just letting go of the need to control what isn't yours to control. At this point in your journaling practice, something starts to shift. You start noticing that the thoughts coming out of you are slower, quieter, and less tangled. It's not that the day became easier. It's that your relationship to it changed. You're not fighting with your experience anymore. You're learning from it. And that's the goal, not perfection, but progress. Epictetus didn't care if you had a flawless day. He cared that you reflected on it, that you asked yourself what you did well, what you could do better, and what you can let go of. This is where your true power lives, in the ability to be honest without shame, to correct gently, to grow slowly but consistently. There's one more layer to this practice, and it's the one most people skip: self-forgiveness. You can do all the reflection in the world, but if you end the day with guilt sitting in your chest, sleep won't come easily. Epictetus believed in responsibility, yes, but he also believed in compassion, not the soft, empty kind, but the strong kind, the kind that looks yourself in the mirror and says, I fell short, but I won't carry this forever. When you reach this part of your nightly reflection, take a breath. Reread what you wrote. Ask yourself, what can I release? And then, truly let it go. Burn the page. Close the journal. Whisper a quiet phrase of peace. Whatever it takes to signal to your mind, this chapter is done. Tomorrow is unwritten. And tonight, I deserve rest. Now something beautiful happens. Your nervous system, once full of static, begins to slow. You're not gripping the day anymore. You're not begging for sleep. You're simply ready. The mind isn't spinning. It's grounded. You've done the work. The emotional weight has been set down, and what's left is space, open, still, and healing. This is what Stoic journaling before sleep gives you. Not just insight, not just understanding, but deep emotional release. It helps you untangle the day, not to fix it, but to stop it from following you into the night. It helps you loosen the grip on your mistakes, your fears, your unmet hopes, and in that loosened state, you fall not into sleep, but into peace. What begins as a few quiet questions becomes a ritual, one that strengthens your mind, one that frees your heart, one that prepares you for the kind of rest that actually restores you. Because when you sleep without shame, without mental noise, without unresolved tension, you don't just feel rested, you feel whole. That's the lesson Epictetus left for us. Not in a loud lecture, but in a quiet act. The decision to end each day with truth and mercy. And maybe that's exactly what we need more of. Not noise, not distraction, but honest, silent courage. The kind that faces the day, forgives it, and finally lets it go. So tonight, try it. Grab a pen, sit with your thoughts. Ask them where they came from and what they want. Don't run, don't judge. Just listen, reflect, release. And when you're done, let the stillness come. Because in that stillness, something powerful happens. You finally sleep, not just with your eyes closed, but with your soul at ease. And now that your mind has finally slowed, your thoughts laid bare, and your emotions gently sorted, something else begins to rise, quietly, subtly. It's the background hum of "what if," that low, invisible tension that follows even after the journal is closed. What if tomorrow doesn't go as planned? What if something breaks, or someone leaves, or life changes suddenly, like it sometimes does? This lingering fear doesn't shout, it whispers. But those whispers, if left unchecked, turn into anxiety that steals your rest. Even with all the reflection in the world, part of your mind is still watching the horizon, afraid of the unknown. And that's exactly where the next Stoic practice steps in, not to avoid fear, but to face it on your terms, before it has the chance to take control. At first glance, the idea of rehearsing worst-case scenarios before sleep sounds like a terrible idea. It feels like the opposite of calming down. But the Stoics knew something modern psychology has only recently begun to understand. Fear grows in silence. When we avoid thinking about what scares us, it doesn't go away, it grows in the shadows. The more we push it away, the more power it gains. That's why the Stoics didn't hide from fear. They invited it to the table. Negative visualization, or premeditatio malorum as it was called, is the practice of deliberately thinking through the worst possible outcomes, not to scare yourself, but to defang the fear. You bring your anxiety into the light where you can examine it with reason instead of emotion. You're not hoping for the worst, you're simply preparing your mind not to panic if it happens. To do this well, you must start with honesty. Ask yourself, what am I afraid might go wrong tomorrow? It could be something small, like forgetting an important task, or something larger, like losing a job or disappointing someone you love. Whatever comes up, you don't turn away. You lean in. You walk through the fear like a calm observer, not with panic, not with drama, just with clarity. Start by describing the event in detail. Let the fear be seen. Don't exaggerate it, but don't sugarcoat it either. If your worry is about losing control, don't pretend it doesn't matter. Write it down. Look at it fully. Then, once the image is clear, ask yourself what would happen next. Not in fantasy, but in reality. If the worst happened, what would you do? This is where the practice becomes powerful, because once you face the fear and ask yourself, step by step, how you would respond, you start to see something surprising. You wouldn't fall apart. You would adapt. Maybe not easily, maybe not immediately, but you would. You always have. And this recognition, this shift from helplessness to capability, is what dissolves anxiety. Because anxiety feeds off uncertainty. It loves vague shadows. But when you show your mind a clear plan, even for the worst, it relaxes. The unknown becomes known. The monster under the bed is just a coat in the dark. You're not pretending the worst won't happen. You're preparing yourself in case it does. And preparation leads to calm. It's also important to remember that this practice is not meant to ruin your peace. You're not catastrophizing. You're rehearsing with logic and composure. Just like a pilot trains for engine failure so they don't panic mid-air, you're training your mind to handle emotional turbulence. You're building confidence, not by avoiding discomfort, but by becoming stronger than it is. The trick is to stay rooted in reason. If your thoughts start spiraling into chaos, pause. Come back to what you can control. The Stoics always return to this point. Events are outside of you, but your response is not. If your fear is losing someone, ask what virtues you'd need to face grief. If your fear is failure, ask how you'd find courage to begin again. This is not fantasy. This is mental strength training. And there's another layer to this that most people miss. When you rehearse the worst calmly, something unexpected happens. Gratitude appears. Because after you visualize the loss of something, a relationship, a job, your health, when you return to the present moment and see that it's still here, it feels different, more valuable, less ordinary. The people in your life don't seem as annoying. The little problems don't seem as big. You stop taking things for granted, not in a forced, fake way, but in a natural, quiet way that only happens when you felt what it would be like to lose them. So this practice is not just about disarming fear, it's also about deepening appreciation. When you've rehearsed what life would be without something, you're less likely to complain about the version where it still exists. Even if imperfect, even if messy, it gives you perspective. And perspective is one of the greatest gifts you can give yourself before bed. This is why the Stoics practiced this daily, not to invite disaster, but to remove its sting. They believed that by facing loss before it happened, you could meet it without fear if it ever did. And that kind of preparation doesn't make you cold. It makes you steady. It makes you ready. You don't become numb, you become grounded. But like any exercise, this takes repetition. You don't need to spend hours, just a few minutes at night. A quiet space, a calm question. What might go wrong tomorrow, and how will I respond? And then a gentle walk through your own courage, your own strategy, your own ability to withstand. There's also another benefit. When you do this before bed, your subconscious mind absorbs it. Instead of falling asleep filled with vague dread, your mind drifts into rest, having seen the storm, walked through it, and made peace with it. You're no longer waiting for disaster to strike. You've already met it and made a plan. This frees up mental space, because much of what keeps us up at night isn't the actual problem. It's the anticipation of the problem. That slow, silent tightening in the chest. That half-thought fear lurking at the edge of awareness. But once you name it, explore it, and visualize your response, the tension leaves. The unknown becomes less frightening. You stop waiting for the shoe to drop, because even if it does, you've got your boots on. And it's not about being overly serious. In fact, sometimes this practice helps you see how absurd your fears actually are. When you walk through the scenario calmly, you might realize that the disaster you feared is just your ego talking, that the ruin your mind predicted is actually just a small setback. And this gives you power, because once fear is seen clearly, it loses its hold. You may even start to laugh at your anxiety, not to mock it, but to see how often it tricks you, how often it convinces you the world is ending over things that barely matter a week later. And in that laughter, there's release. A kind of soft surrender to life's unpredictability. You stop trying to control every detail. You start trusting yourself to adapt. This mindset becomes a habit. The more you rehearse calmly, the less you panic in real life. When something actually does go wrong, your brain says, we've been here before. And instead of freezing, you act with clarity, with purpose, with dignity. That's the mark of a Stoic. Not someone who feels nothing, but someone who fears less. The final piece of this practice is closing the loop. Once you've rehearsed the worst and seen your response, return to the present. Reconnect with the reality in front of you. Remind yourself, right now, I am safe. Not in a forced, wishful way, but in a grounded, evidence-based way. Breathe into that truth. Feel the floor under you, the bed holding you, the breath steady in your chest. This is not denial. This is balance. You've faced the storm and returned home. This is the gift of negative visualization. It doesn't create fear, it tames it. It transforms vague anxiety into quiet strength. It turns "what if" into "I'm ready." And in that readiness, sleep comes, not from distraction, but from peace. So tonight, don't be afraid to look your fears in the eye. Walk through the dark room with a light in your hand. You'll see that most of the monsters are just furniture in strange shapes. And when you've seen them clearly, they don't scare you anymore. You see them, you nod, you go to bed anyway, because your courage has already done its job. And tomorrow, you'll wake not only rested, but more unshakable than the day before, because the mind that prepares with reason sleeps without fear, and the person who sleeps without fear rises with power. Quiet, steady, unshakable power. The kind the Stoics called peace. Even after facing your fears and seeing them for what they are, there's often still something left behind. A quiet pull in the background, tugging at your thoughts, trying to reach forward into tomorrow. It shows up subtly. A small question about what you forgot. A mental checklist that won't stop reloading. A what if that insists on staying. This is no longer fear of catastrophe. It's a different kind of noise. It's anticipation, planning, control disguised as preparation. And this too can keep you awake. This is where the Stoic wisdom of Seneca becomes vital. His teaching didn't just help with managing loss or fear. It taught the art of letting go of the future. Because while many people are stuck reliving yesterday or replaying worst-case scenarios, just as many suffer from the endless mental rehearsal of what comes next. Even in quiet moments, the brain can't help but lean forward, scanning what hasn't even happened yet, as if worrying about it might stop it from unfolding badly. It doesn't. Seneca believed that the way to peace was not found in planning every step ahead. It was in the deliberate cutting of the mental rope that ties us to tomorrow, to stop reaching, to stop measuring the future with the ruler of anxiety, not out of carelessness, but because tomorrow isn't real, not yet. It doesn't belong to you, so why should it control you? This is not a denial of the future, it's a release of its hold. He wrote that we suffer more in imagination than in reality, and nowhere is that clearer than in the way we live tomorrow before it even begins. The mind wants to predict, but in trying to control the future, it forgets to live in the present. The result? Mental tension, fragmented attention, shallow sleep. The solution is to detach, to deliberately stop chasing the shape of a day that hasn't happened. Not by ignoring responsibilities, but by drawing a boundary. There is a difference between preparing and pre-living. One helps, the other drains. The mind that obsesses over every possibility becomes scattered. It doesn't rest. It simulates instead of sleeps. This detachment starts with noticing. If your thoughts keep circling the same topic, an upcoming conversation, a deadline, an event, pause. Don't follow the thought. Watch it. Ask yourself, what am I trying to control right now? What am I hoping to guarantee? Seneca taught that the desire for certainty is often the root of suffering. When you accept that tomorrow will come whether you're ready or not, a new kind of freedom appears. Not the reckless kind, but the kind that says, I will meet it when it arrives. I don't need to live it twice. One powerful method he suggested is to reflect on how often the future has surprised us. Think about it. How many times have you worried about something that never happened? How often have the details of tomorrow unfolded differently than expected? Yet we still cling to the belief that if we just think hard enough, we can steer time with thought. It's not logic, it's habit, and habits can be broken. A practical step here is to write down any future concerns before bed, not to solve them, simply to move them out of your head and onto the page. This creates a mental gate. You're not erasing your duties, you're storing them, like putting tools away in a drawer so you can rest. It tells the brain, we're done for today. And with repetition, your mind starts believing it. You can take this further with what some call a closing ritual. When you feel the thoughts returning, gently repeat a phrase. Tomorrow means nothing tonight. Let the words settle in your chest, not as defiance, but as acceptance. Tonight is not for solving, it's for healing. This shift also requires honesty. Ask yourself, is thinking about this now actually helping, or is it just feeding the illusion of control? Most often, it's the latter. Planning past a certain point becomes worry in disguise. Your body is lying in bed, but your mind is walking circles in a boardroom that doesn't exist yet. You deserve better. You deserve stillness. Detaching from the future also helps you reconnect with your physical body, because thoughts about tomorrow are almost always mental. They pull you up, out, away. But peace lives in sensation. You can't feel your breath in tomorrow. You can only feel it now. So when the mind pulls forward, the antidote is to root down. Inhale slowly. Notice the texture of the air, the rise of the chest, the softness of the blanket. Anchor yourself in presence. Seneca's advice was not to ignore reality, but to see it clearly. And reality, in this moment, is that nothing needs to be solved. You're not in that meeting yet. You're not on that phone call. You're not giving that presentation. You're lying down, eyes closed, heart beating, safe. And that truth deserves your full attention. There's also value in remembering how much power you still have when you rest. Many people resist sleep because they think stepping away from action means giving up control. But true control is found in knowing when to stop, when to say, "This is enough for today." The farmer doesn't keep digging all night to force the seeds to grow. He plants, he waters, and then he trusts. This trust is not laziness, it's wisdom. The ability to let go when letting go is what's needed most. The Stoics were not obsessed with movement. They were obsessed with meaning. And sometimes the most meaningful act is stillness. To be able to say, "I will show up when it's time, but for now, I release everything that is not now." And when you do this regularly, something changes in the way you sleep. The mind no longer feels pulled in 20 directions. There's no invisible battle happening in the background. There's no mental rehearsal draining your energy. Just the quiet, firm decision to live one day at a time, and not a moment sooner. Letting go of the future also invites deeper self-trust. Because if you're not rehearsing every detail, you're trusting your ability to respond in real time. You're not avoiding responsibility. You're owning your capacity. You're saying, "Whatever happens, I'll handle it." And that mindset doesn't make you unprepared. It makes you unshakable. There's another benefit too. Your relationships change. When you're no longer living ahead of yourself, you show up better for others. You listen more. You're present. You're not preoccupied by 1,000 future scenarios. You're there, fully, and people feel that. You become more grounded, more stable, more real. Even your body responds. Tension eases. Your nervous system slows. Hormones balance. Sleep deepens. Because when the brain stops predicting and starts resting, it signals safety. And safety is what allows the body to drop fully into rest. Seneca would say that the wise man accepts that what will come, and what won't, won't. The goal is not to manipulate fate, it's to meet it with grace. That means resting not only because you're tired, but because it's time, and trusting that your ability to act will be there when it's needed. As you develop this habit, the gap between thought and peace gets smaller. The moment you notice your brain leaning forward, you catch it. You breathe. You step back. You repeat your phrase. You return to now. It's a cycle: awareness, detachment, presence, rest. It may take practice. The mind will want to go back. It's used to running ahead. But each time you bring it back gently, you weaken the habit of future chasing. And over time, you become the kind of person who no longer lives in next week. You live here. And from here, everything becomes more manageable. Sleep becomes easier. Decisions become clearer. Life becomes quieter. This is not magic. It's discipline. The same kind Seneca practiced every evening. A mental habit. A choice to rest in what is instead of what might be. And the more often you make that choice, the more natural it becomes. So tonight, when the thoughts of tomorrow come knocking, let them pass. You don't need to open the door. You don't need to host them. Acknowledge them, smile, and return. There is nothing for you in tomorrow right now. Only silence, only breath, only this moment. And from this moment, sleep will rise. Not forced, not chased, but welcomed. because the mind no longer leans forward, it simply rests. Once the future has been set down, once the mind no longer reaches forward to control what isn't yet real, something else begins to rise quietly from beneath the stillness. A thought you may have brushed off earlier in the day, a truth we all carry but rarely hold. The day has ended, and it will never return. This night, like every night, is a closing. One chapter finished, and there is no promise of another. That's not meant to frighten, but to focus. There is a kind of clarity that only comes when you accept how temporary this all is. A clarity that wipes away trivial thoughts and leaves only what truly matters. This isn't about death in a dramatic sense. It's about presence, depth, honesty. The Stoics knew that the most powerful way to live fully was to end the day as if it were your last, not in fear, but in peace. To look at the pillow not just as a place to sleep, but as a place to surrender. This is what the Stoic sleep contract invites you to practice. Not just falling asleep, but letting go so completely that it becomes a kind of rehearsal for death, not in darkness, but in release. You offer the day back to the universe. You give thanks, not with forced smiles, but with quiet reverence for the fact that you were given another day at all. And then you allow yourself to go, not with worry about tomorrow, but with full acceptance that the work is done. No more trying, no more effort, only stillness. This mindset does something extraordinary. It removes resistance. The part of you that's always holding on, always calculating, always fearing what you might lose, finally loosens. Because there's nothing left to protect. You've made your peace, you've closed the page, you've surrendered the need to hold anything together, and in that moment, everything inside you softens. But this isn't about giving up. It's the opposite. It's about honoring your time so deeply that you end each day with intention, as if it were the final one. Not to scare yourself, but to shift your attention to what is truly valuable. The conversation you had that meant something. The moment you felt grateful. The small thing you did that no one saw, but you knew was right. When you go to bed like this, you're no longer clinging to regrets. You've said what needed to be said, to others, to yourself. You've acknowledged your missteps and your efforts. You've released your grasp on what you didn't finish. And with that, you grant yourself the right to sleep in full, deeply, without threads pulling you back up from rest. This nightly dying is not about morbidity, it's about freedom. Because when you see sleep as a closing, you no longer waste your energy dragging the past into your bed. You no longer stall your rest waiting for perfect closure. You take the day for what it was. You hold it for a moment, and then you set it down like a stone no longer needed. Seneca wrote that we should prepare for sleep like men preparing for death, not out of fear, but out of discipline. To make peace before we close our eyes, not knowing if we will open them again. This habit doesn't make you anxious, it makes you alive. Because every night you practice this, the next morning feels like a gift. Not something owed to you, but something new, unwrapped, unpromised. And that shift changes how you live. Suddenly, you don't postpone kindness. You don't delay meaning. You don't live as if you have endless time to fix what matters. You live now, because every day becomes lighter when it begins with the awareness that it might not have come. This doesn't create dread. It gives you focus. It teaches you how to be awake while you're alive and how to let go when it's time to rest. This kind of release is difficult at first. The mind wants to rehearse, hold on, repeat. But the practice begins with a question. If this were my last night, What would I need to say? To myself, to others, to the day, not to make everything perfect, just to feel clean before you go, just to close your eyes with nothing left unsaid inside of you. Sometimes it's an apology to your own self, for the way you spoke to yourself, for the pressure you placed on your own shoulders, for the times you forgot how far you've come. And sometimes it's gratitude, for breath, for movement, for laughter, for the moments that didn't go unnoticed this time. And in these quiet acknowledgements, something deep begins to shift. You stop postponing your peace. You stop thinking that tomorrow will fix everything. You start realizing that peace isn't a result of everything being right. It's what comes when you stop demanding that it must be. This contract with sleep, with death, with surrender, doesn't need to be written. It's felt. It's renewed each night in silence, in breath, in the still moment when you let your body sink and say, if this is the end, let it be with grace. From that point, everything becomes clearer. The noise falls away. What remains is you, simple, aware, and quiet. You're no longer a character in the middle of a story. You're just a presence, a witness to the day's end, closing it not with resistance, but with reverence. And if you wake again, you start not with groaning or rushing or checking messages, but with gratitude. Quiet, grounded gratitude that says, I didn't expect this, but since I'm here again, I'll use this day well. The people who live with this mindset do not sleep more or longer, but they sleep deeper. Their rest is not an escape, it's a full exhale, because their minds are not busy performing 1,000 unfinished scripts. They've already practiced the end. They've already made peace with closure. And that brings with it the rarest kind of calm. This practice also softens fear, not just of sleep, but of life. Because when you get used to facing endings, you stop being ruled by them. You stop fearing loss. You stop thinking you need to hold everything together to feel safe. You let people be who they are. You forgive. You move on quicker, not because it doesn't matter, but because time does. Even your dreams begin to shift. They carry less urgency. Your subconscious becomes less tangled, because you're no longer dragging old emotions and unfinished business into the night. You've addressed what you can. You've accepted what you couldn't. You've returned to stillness. And that stillness shows up in how you sleep and how you wake. This is why the Stoics practiced this, not to detach from life, but to attach more fully to what matters. They didn't see death as something to avoid. They saw it as a mirror, helping them live with more clarity, more attention, less delay. And when you carry that awareness into your nightly routine, your room becomes more than a place of sleep. It becomes a place of closure. Not dramatic, just quiet. A sacred space where you say, today was enough. Whether it was full of joy or hardship, you allow it to end. You do not bring it into the next moment. There's freedom in that. A kind of emotional maturity that doesn't chase more, but honors what is. And in that honoring, your nervous system lets go. Your shoulders release. Your jaw softens. Your heart slows. Because you're not being chased by the unfinished anymore. You're ready. Not just to sleep, but to surrender. Not just to rest, but to let go. And this, more than anything else, is what gives you depth. You become someone who can face what most run from, who can end a day not by dragging it forward, but by closing it with presence. You become someone who lives more fully by sleeping more peacefully, and that is the mark of a wise soul. The Stoics knew that we are not guaranteed a single moment beyond this one. But that's not a reason to panic. It's a reason to love harder, to waste less, to be kind sooner, and to rest more deeply. Because sleep, when approached like this, becomes something else entirely. It becomes a nightly return to what's real. And if tonight is your last night, let it be one where you felt peace, one where you needed nothing more, one where you gave thanks, released the day, and met the dark with open hands. And if it's not your last, then tomorrow is a bonus, a new beginning, one you won't take for granted because you didn't assume it was coming. You earned it. You welcomed it. So now, close your eyes. You've done enough. Release your grip. Let the day fade. Let the night hold you, without fear, without force. Because this day has ended, and so you rest. After letting go of the day as if it were your last, something even deeper becomes possible. The kind of peace that doesn't just release control but welcomes everything exactly as it was. No edits, no rewrites, just pure, full-hearted acceptance. Not tolerating the past, but loving it. Not just saying, "This is enough," but whispering, "This was meant to be." That shift, small as it may seem, is the gateway to something the Stoics called amor fati, love of fate. And when practiced right before sleep, it dissolves the final layers of resistance still hiding in the body and mind. There's a part of us, even after journaling, facing fears, releasing expectations, and rehearsing endings, that still holds on to the idea that things should have gone differently. We think certain conversations should have ended another way, that our efforts should have been rewarded, that we shouldn't have been misunderstood, delayed, overlooked, or hurt. We may not say it out loud, but we carry it. Quiet tension in the background of our minds. This quiet resistance becomes the final barrier to peace. Not because we are weak or ungrateful, but because deep down we want life to follow our design. The Stoics saw this clearly. That much of human suffering is not about what happens. It's about the belief that it should have happened some other way. Amor fati is the practice of ending that argument, not by force, but by reorienting your view. It's choosing to say, not only do I accept this day, I welcome it. Even the things you wish had gone differently, even the moments that didn't feel fair, even the pain. You take it all, not just because you have no choice, but because each part was a piece of something bigger, your growth, your strength, your path. To begin this practice, start by looking back over the day with a different lens. Not through disappointment, but through curiosity. Ask yourself, what if this happened for me, not to me? Not as a cliché, but as a real question. What if that delay protected you from something else? What if that failure revealed where you still need growth? What if that difficult moment was part of the lesson you didn't know you needed yet? You'll start to see something. The narrative changes. The same events, seen from a different posture, start to feel lighter. Because they're no longer mistakes, they're building blocks. And in that realization, the body begins to soften. The nervous system stops defending, because it no longer sees the day as something that attacked you. It sees the day as a teacher. Loving fate doesn't mean you wanted every detail to happen. It means you see the value in it, even if it came wrapped in discomfort. It means you trust that life isn't random, that there's meaning, even in the things you didn't plan. This is a radical kind of surrender. It's not about stepping away from life. It's about stepping fully into it, with open arms, saying, "This day, with all its mess and beauty, was mine, and I wouldn't trade it, not if it's what brought me here. When this mindset becomes a nightly habit, something begins to shift in your core. You stop resisting reality. You stop editing your life like a script that needs constant rewriting. You live fully in the version you were given, and your relationship to peace becomes much more honest. You're not calm because everything went your way. You're calm because you stopped needing it to. This does not make you passive. In fact, it makes you more powerful, because when you stop spending your energy arguing with reality, you gain clarity. You act with cleaner motives. You stop trying to fix what doesn't need fixing, and you start focusing on how to respond to what's in front of you, not out of frustration, but with purpose. Even your relationship with sleep improves, because sleep is, by nature, uncertain. You never really control when it comes, how long it lasts, or what your dreams will show you. You surrender to it. But most people don't really surrender. They try to force sleep, just like they try to force life. Amor Fati teaches you to let go, not just of your day, but of the outcome of your night. Whether you rest deeply or not, you've already won, because you've made peace with what is. This removes the hidden pressure from rest. You no longer lie down thinking, "I need to fall asleep now, or tomorrow will be ruined." You lie down thinking, "Whatever happens, I'll face it with strength. And if I wake in the night, that too is part of the experience I've been given." This mindset works in layers. It starts with your past, what you've lived. Then it touches the present, where you are. And then it reaches into the future, not with demand, but with welcome. Because when you love fate, you no longer fear what's coming. You trust that it will shape you, just like everything before it has. Even in pain, this mindset brings dignity. It doesn't erase the hurt, but it places it in context. You stop seeing it as punishment. You see it as refinement. That mindset allows you to rest in the middle of struggle, not because the pain is gone, but because your posture toward it has changed. This creates a more resilient kind of peace, a deeper kind of strength. You don't just bounce back after hardship, you carry something from it. Insight, compassion, wisdom. That's what loving fate gives you. It turns your whole life into material for growth, and that gives every moment meaning. Before bed, this practice becomes a kind of closing prayer, not to a god necessarily, but to life itself, a quiet acknowledgement. I accept this day. I needed this day, even the hard parts, especially the hard parts. And then you allow that thought to settle into your body. Let it sit in your chest. Let your breath wrap around it. You may even whisper it again, Amor Fati. Those two words can become a kind of lullaby, not soothing because they promise comfort, but soothing because they promise truth. They remind you that you don't need to control life to love it. You don't need to understand it all to rest. You just need to stop resisting what's already here. And in that non-resistance, the deepest kind of sleep becomes possible. Not shallow escape, but full surrender. A rest that comes not from exhaustion, but from alignment. Because your mind, your heart, and your body are finally pointed in the same direction. Yes. Yes to the day, yes to the unknown, yes to the discomfort, yes to the joy, yes to all of it. That is Amor Fati. That is the medicine. And over time, this practice doesn't just change how you sleep. It changes how you live. You stop waiting for life to become easier. You stop postponing peace until circumstances improve. You meet the moment as it is, and you bring your full self to it, not just when it's pleasant, but always. You also begin to notice that judgment fades, not just toward yourself, but toward others, because when you love your own fate, you stop resenting the fate of others. You realize that everyone is being shaped by life in ways you can't see. And that realization makes room for compassion. You speak softer, you interrupt less, you listen more. You also get better at adjusting when plans shift. Instead of frustration, you adapt. Instead of clinging, you pivot. Because you're no longer operating from a place of, this must go my way. You're operating from, this is the way. And that mindset clears your path of unnecessary friction. Even the act of waking changes. You don't open your eyes already planning the next win. You start with a kind of sacred pause. A recognition. This morning wasn't promised, but it's here, so I will show up. And that attitude shapes your entire rhythm. Your pace slows, your attention sharpens. You begin to experience more than you rush through. Because when you love your fate, you love your moments. You see them as rare. You stop asking for more and start using what you have. And in doing so, you become someone others feel calm around. Not because your life is perfect, but because you're not at war with it. This is what the Stoics wanted for us. Not a life without pain. Not a mind without thought. But a heart that stops resisting reality long enough to receive it. To truly absorb it. And to say, even in the midst of chaos, this too is mine. So now, as your body prepares to rest and your thoughts begin to thin, let this be your last act of the day. Not clinging, not wishing, not fixing, just welcoming. The full arc of your experience, from the first moment of morning until now, and everything in between. Let it be enough. Let it be yours. Let it be loved. Amor fati. Let that be your final thought and rest. Once you've learned to meet your fate with full acceptance, something curious begins to happen. You loosen your grip, not just on the day itself, but on what the night is supposed to give you. No longer obsessed with why things didn't go your way, you begin to notice how much energy is still being spent trying to measure how well you're sleeping. This hidden form of pressure, though smaller and quieter, is often the one that lingers the longest. You've surrendered the past, welcomed the day, prepared your mind, and yet the final tension remains, the hope that sleep will be perfect. It starts with a glance at the clock, a subtle calculation of hours remaining, a familiar thought. I hope I sleep well tonight. Then it grows. You check the time again after 10 minutes, then 20. You assess how you feel, judge how quickly you're drifting, compare it to how it should feel. Before long, you're not resting. You're grading your sleep in real time. The result is a mind that was finally ready to relax, now hijacked again by expectation. This is where Stoic indifference becomes one of the most practical and surprisingly liberating tools of all. Because when you train your mind to care less about sleep quality, sleep often improves. Not through effort, but through absence of obsession. This is not about apathy. It's about freedom from over-attachment to outcomes you don't fully control. Stoicism teaches that we are disturbed not by events, but by our judgments about them. That principle applies perfectly to sleep. A night of tossing and turning doesn't disturb you nearly as much as your story about what that restlessness will mean. It's the narrative, I'm failing, I'll be tired, tomorrow is ruined, that creates more damage than the lost minutes of rest themselves, which means that peace comes not from fixing sleep, but from removing its grip on your mood, your identity, and your expectations. To practice this indifference, start small. The moment you notice yourself wondering how well you're falling asleep, Respond with something neutral. Maybe I sleep deeply, maybe I don't. Either way, I'll manage. The aim is not to convince yourself of a perfect night, but to break the pattern of over-concern. You're interrupting the loop that says poor sleep equals poor life. This creates room to stop monitoring your state. Many people go to bed and spend the first hour performing sleep, waiting to feel drowsy, as if rest is a stage and they're being watched. But sleep, like any natural process, resists performance. It comes when it's not being hunted, when the mind isn't tracking its progress like a scoreboard, when you can say, I release the need to feel perfect before rest. That phrase alone can become a kind of micro-meditation, short, calm, and freeing. The goal is not to teach your mind that sleep doesn't matter. It's to teach it that you don't have to measure and control it in order to function, to recover, or to be at peace. You already know how to handle days on low rest. You've done it before. You'll do it again. You're not fragile. You're adaptable. This awareness, spoken internally with calm authority, becomes a reset switch for your nervous system. Another powerful shift happens when you begin treating wakefulness at night with the same indifference. You wake up at 3 a.m. The familiar panic rises. Why am I awake? I need to sleep. But instead of fighting that moment, you accept it. You let your body lie there with zero demand. You say to yourself, it's okay to be awake. I'll sleep again if needed. I'm still resting. That mindset takes the sting out of the moment. You stop resisting wakefulness, and ironically, that resistance is often what was keeping you up in the first place. This is the heart of the Stoic teaching. What you fight, you strengthen. When you stop fighting wakefulness, you disarm it. You turn the night from a battleground into a neutral space. Not everything has to be fixed. Not every second needs to feel productive. You don't owe your body a flawless recovery. You owe it patience. These micro-meditations are small mental phrases repeated with clarity and calm. They serve as mental anchors when the mind drifts toward worry. They might be as simple as, I rest without needing to feel rested right now. Sleep comes or it doesn't. I remain steady either way. My value is not measured by how well I sleep. Each one is designed to create just enough space between your thoughts and your reactions. That space is where peace grows. You don't need to erase every concern. You just need to see them without grabbing on, like clouds passing, like sounds in the distance. You observe, but you don't chase. Over time, these small shifts add up. Your brain begins to break the link between being awake and being alarmed. It starts to trust that rest is still happening, even if sleep is delayed. And the less you chase sleep, the more it comes naturally. Another benefit of caring less about sleep quality is that you stop fixating on tools and tricks. You realize that true rest isn't found in perfectly timed supplements, apps, or rituals. It's found in your relationship to rest itself. That means you can sleep well in a different bed, in a noisy city, in unfamiliar surroundings, because your mind no longer needs everything to be perfect. It just needs you to stop resisting. You also start to develop resilience, the kind of mental toughness that says, even on poor sleep, I will not collapse. That inner voice, calm but firm, tells your body it is not in danger. It tells your nervous system that it is safe. That message alone, repeated gently but consistently, becomes your new foundation for sleep. Not control, but trust. You begin to see the night differently, no longer as something you must master, but as something you share with nature. You don't rush the sun to rise. You don't order the moon to shine. You simply participate in the rhythm. That mindset moves you from force into flow. Even on difficult nights, your inner commentary changes. Instead of, "I'll be ruined tomorrow," you say, "I'll move slower, and that's fine." Instead of, "Why can't I sleep?" you say, "My mind is still processing," and that's part of being human. This attitude removes shame from rest. It removes pressure. And without pressure, the body finally feels safe enough to let go. You become someone who no longer walks into the bedroom bracing for a fight. You walk in with neutrality, with openness. If sleep comes quickly, that's welcome. If it doesn't, that's accepted. Either way, you're okay. There's even value in nights where rest is thin, because those are the nights where your practice is tested. Not in theory, but in real time. You get to prove to yourself that your peace doesn't depend on everything going smoothly. That kind of proof stays with you. It's stored in your bones. It makes you stronger, not because you fought harder, but because you allowed yourself to stop fighting. In many ways, this is the ultimate Stoic practice. To approach something as personal and essential as sleep with both effort and detachment. You set up your environment. You lower the lights. You wind down. And then you let go. You stop needing a specific result. You stop bargaining. You stop performing. You simply lie down and let the night take its course. This makes room for gentleness. You start speaking to yourself not like a drill sergeant, but like a guide. Calm, firm, patient. You say, "I'm here. I'm resting. That's enough." And even if your eyes stay open longer than you want, you stop believing that this is a failure. It's not. It's simply what is. And what is always enough. The deeper you go into this practice, the more you notice how rest sneaks up on you. You wake the next morning surprised to find that you drifted, not because you tried harder, but because you stopped trying. You finally let the body do what it's always known how to do, and in that space, trust replaces tension. And where there is trust, sleep follows. This kind of peace doesn't show up overnight, but it begins the moment you stop measuring rest like a task to complete. The moment you stop needing to feel a certain way in order to approve of yourself. The moment you start saying, "However this night unfolds, I remain steady." And so tonight, release the grip. Step out of judgment. Let your rest be imperfect, if that's what it needs to be. Say the words gently to yourself. "I no longer chase sleep. I allow it." That simple phrase, spoken not as a trick, but as truth, opens the door. And when the door is open, rest doesn't have to be summoned. It arrives, quiet, slow, and real. After letting go of expectations about sleep and softening the grip on outcome, your body begins to notice something subtle yet powerful. It's not just thoughts that keep you awake, but the way your breath follows them. Shallow, tight, rushed. The breath mirrors the mind. Even when you think you're calm, your chest might still be holding on. A slight tension, a protective reflex, a leftover signal from earlier stress. The nervous system remembers what the mind pretends to forget. And if the breath never settles, neither will you. This is where breath becomes more than oxygen. It becomes medicine. Not from a bottle, but from within. The Stoics knew this long before modern science confirmed it. They didn't speak of lungs or vagus nerves, but they understood how the body could shape the mind. Zeno, the founder of Stoicism, trained his disciples not just in logic or ethics, but in physical control, restraint, endurance, stillness in movement. Breath was central to this. They understood that how you breathe changes how you live. It anchors you in the present. It reclaims your attention. It's the only part of your autonomic system you can take back at will, and when harnessed with care, it becomes a quiet force that leads the rest of you toward rest. Slowly, steadily, deeply. Zeno's approach wasn't flashy. It was controlled, deliberate, firm, without being forceful. In a world of chaos, he taught stillness through rhythm. This rhythm can be returned to at night, especially in the moments when your mind wants to wander or your chest feels tight. Instead of trying to quiet the thoughts, you slow the breath, and the thoughts follow. The method is simple, but not shallow. You breathe in through the nose for 4 counts, hold for 7, exhale slowly for 8. This creates a physiological response, a drop in heart rate, a calming of the adrenal system. But it's not just biology, it's ritual. A statement of control, not over the outside world, but over your inner state. It's you saying, I decide how I meet this night. As you begin, do not try to perfect it. The point isn't to hit exact numbers, it's to stay with the breath longer than the thought. The mind will pull, the body may resist. That's expected. Endurance was Zeno's lesson, not in pushing through, but in staying steady, breath after breath, no judgment, no rush. You inhale slowly, not just to bring in air, but to bring in presence, to connect to what is real right now, to feel the lungs expand, to stretch the ribs. You pause, not to hold tension, but to settle into stillness. This pause is a sacred space between intention and surrender. Then you exhale even slower, as if releasing the weight of the day, little by little, molecule by molecule. Every breath out is a decision to loosen your grip on everything you no longer need to carry. In this rhythm, you begin to notice things, how much you were holding, how fast you were thinking, how tight your shoulders had become. The breath brings awareness, not through effort, but through presence. You are no longer analyzing the day, you are participating in the moment, fully, simply. The longer you stay with the breath, the more you teach your nervous system that it is safe, not because everything is perfect, but because you are no longer resisting. Safety, in this context, is not a guarantee, it's a message, and breath is the messenger. Slow breathing tells the body, we are not in danger, you may rest now. Zeno's breath also teaches restraint, not just of action, but of reactivity, the urge to move, to fix, to think, to get up and check the time. These small impulses are all tied to the belief that something must be done, that stillness is not enough. But with each breath, you prove otherwise. You stay, you sit, you lie, you wait, not passively, but with power. This method isn't about reaching some transcendental state. It's about reclaiming the natural state that was always yours, the one buried under deadlines and distractions, the one that speaks softly and waits patiently, the one that only reveals itself when the noise drops low enough to hear it. Breathing like this also changes how you experience time. Each cycle becomes a kind of anchor, keeping you rooted. You stop drifting into future concerns or past regrets. You stay in the 4, the 7, the 8. You let each number guide you back. If thoughts come, they do not interrupt. They float beside the breath and then fade. You may notice that your mind tries to speed up. It wants to return to old patterns, to skip the pause, to shorten the exhale. This is normal. The breath exposes your habits, and in doing so, it offers a doorway to change. Every time you catch yourself rushing and return to the rhythm, you are practicing a kind of discipline far deeper than force. You are practicing authority over your internal world. This discipline carries into how you fall asleep. You stop waiting to feel sleepy. You stop demanding drowsiness. You simply breathe and trust. Sleep becomes a side effect, not the goal. The breath becomes the bridge between tension and surrender. You might also notice that with time, the breath creates silence, not just around you, but inside you. The kind of silence that is not empty, but full of awareness, full of calm, full of a quiet strength that cannot be taken by circumstances. This is the reward of the practice, not just better sleep, but deeper resilience. In that silence, you may feel emotions rise, sometimes grief, sometimes joy, sometimes nothing at all. The breath makes space for whatever is real. You do not need to interpret, just allow. The breath is not trying to fix you, it's trying to reveal you. Each night you return to this practice, your body learns quicker. You enter the rhythm with less resistance. The breath meets you like an old friend, familiar, gentle, steady. The body no longer waits to be convinced, it follows. And when the body follows, rest is no longer something to chase. It arrives quietly, like the tide, unforced, certain. You also begin to carry this rhythm into your days. In moments of stress, you find yourself pausing, slowing, choosing a longer exhale instead of a sharper word. You begin to see how breath changes not just your sleep, but your choices. It becomes your tether to clarity. Zeno didn't leave behind a written method, but his life was his teaching, a life of simplicity, control, endurance. This breath is our way of learning what he practiced, not in words, but in rhythm, not in theory, but in the muscles, the lungs, the stillness. As you lay down tonight, you are not just lying in a bed, you are entering a training ground, a place where your breath becomes your teacher. Not harsh, not rushed, but firm, patient, present. Let the inhale gather you, let the pause steady you, let the exhale free you. And let it all repeat, not to force sleep, but to practice peace. Because the one who masters breath masters the night, and the one who masters the night wakes not just rested, but whole. Once the breath has steadied and the body begins to release what it was holding, the mind becomes still enough to receive something even deeper, a perspective shift that does not come from within, but from far, far beyond. Up to this point, much of your night's preparation has focused on your thoughts, your patterns, your body, your history. But there is a quiet liberation in leaving the self behind altogether. Not in a way that erases your identity, but in a way that makes space around it. When everything inside has been settled, it becomes possible to look outward and upward, not to escape, but to place your life inside a bigger frame. The Stoics often practiced this zooming out as a way of keeping perspective. Marcus Aurelius wrote in his Meditations that when you feel overwhelmed, step back and look at the stars. He meant it literally. He described how the soul could be elevated by contemplating the scale of the universe. This wasn't meant to make you feel small in a diminishing way, but small in a grounding way. Small, but still part of something vast and meaningful. That shift takes pressure off the self, off your tasks, off your image, off your fears. When you're lying awake and tangled in thought, the mind makes everything personal. It starts to believe your current frustration or worry is the center of all things. Your world narrows. But the moment you mentally lift above it and view your life from a wider vantage, something softens, not because your problems vanish, but because their weight becomes relative. You begin to see how temporary, how passing, how fluid everything really is. What felt like a mountain becomes a hill. What felt urgent becomes quiet. This isn't spiritual bypassing. It's clarity. It's using reason to dissolve distortion. You are not minimizing your experience. You are correctly placing it within a universe that has been moving for billions of years without your control and without your permission. And yet, you are here. A breath, a thought, a moment of consciousness floating on a small rock, circling a star in a galaxy among billions. That view does not erase meaning, it gives it context. And from context, peace begins to grow. When you contemplate the cosmos before sleep, you are not looking for answers. You're not searching for significance. You are simply surrendering your need to grasp it all. The stars do not ask to be understood. They do not demand urgency. They just are. And so are you. This alignment between your smallness and the universe's vastness becomes a balm for the part of you that feels overwhelmed by your own story. This practice can begin with a single question. Where am I really? Not in terms of geography, but in terms of position in time and space. Right now, in this moment, you are part of a planet spinning through infinite blackness, surrounded by silence, light, and particles in motion. Your heartbeat is one sound among billions. Your thoughts are neurons firing in a temporary container, and the sun will rise tomorrow, whether you sleep or not. Whether you solve your problem or not, whether you are ready or not. That thought is not meant to make you feel irrelevant. It's meant to free you from unnecessary weight. You are not here to carry the universe on your back. You are a piece of it. A flicker of awareness inside a cosmic dance. When you see that clearly, the pressure to constantly prove yourself begins to dissolve. You no longer feel the need to control everything, because you finally see how little control you ever truly had. In that realization, something new is born, humility that is not weakness, but relief. The understanding that you are important, yes, but only in the same way that every wave is part of the ocean. Not separate, not alone, always part of something greater. That knowing reduces the need to cling to identity. It releases the obsession with being right. It allows the mind to rest, not because everything is resolved, but because the mind no longer needs to hold it all so tightly. Even pain shifts under this perspective. Emotional wounds, setbacks, and disappointments lose their ability to dominate your field of view. Not because they stop mattering, but because you are now seeing them with more sky around them. The heartbreak no longer defines you. The loss no longer crushes you. They become parts of a longer story, still painful, still real, but no longer all-consuming. This cosmic lens also softens fear, especially the fear of death, which lives beneath many of our restless thoughts. When you regularly contemplate the stars, death no longer feels like a failure or a punishment. It becomes a return, a dissolving into the same matter that once formed stars and rivers and trees. You see how everything recycles, how nothing truly ends, only transforms. That kind of acceptance is not philosophical, it's practical. It teaches your body to stop resisting the natural flow of time. And when you lie in bed with this mindset, your room becomes something more than a place to sleep. It becomes a temple of stillness, a place where your problems shrink, not because they vanish, but because they are held in proper scale. You are not ignoring anything. You are putting space around everything. And in that space, there is breath. There is rest. You may find it helpful to visualize the earth from above, not as an escape, but as a grounding practice. Begin from the room you are in, then pull back to your building, then your city, your region, your country, the globe. Then out further, past the orbit of the moon, past the sun, past the solar system. And still your breath continues. A single, fragile human experience suspended in a vast web of unknowns. And yet, here you are, alive, feeling, thinking, resting. This scale of awareness has a strange effect. It returns you to the present. Not because the present suddenly becomes more exciting, but because it becomes all there is. Your next breath becomes meaningful again, the temperature on your skin, the sound in the background. They stop being background. They become real again. When you think in terms of the cosmos, your goals and worries begin to shift. You start focusing less on how to impress and more on how to align. Less on legacy, more on sincerity. You start asking different questions, not how much can I achieve, but how well can I love? Not how can I win, but how can I belong? That shift lowers your defenses. It also silences the ego. This change also alters how you relate to others. You begin to see their struggles, their fears, their mistakes, as part of the same human fragility you carry. You become more forgiving, less reactive, because you understand that we are all just passing through, brief visitors trying to find peace in a world that was never fully ours. You also become more sensitive to beauty, not just in art or nature, but in moments. The kind you might otherwise miss if you were stuck in your head. A glance, a breath, a stretch, a silence. These things stop being filler. They become sacred. Because in the vastness of time, these are the things you'll remember. Not your schedule, but your presence. Not your reputation, but your experience. This nightly contemplation is not meant to replace practical reflection. It is meant to support it, to give your day a resting place, to bring perspective to the effort. You are not abandoning responsibility. You are removing urgency. You are saying, I did what I could today, and now I return to the cosmos where I belong. This is not poetic. It is biological. It is mental hygiene for the soul, because your brain cannot rest when it thinks it must do everything. But when you place yourself inside a greater context, your system calms, the pressure lowers, the sleep deepens. This is how the Stoics fell asleep, not through entertainment or exhaustion, but through alignment. They allowed the sky to remind them who they were, not nothing, but not everything. Just a piece, just enough. And so now, let your breath settle again. Let your awareness drift upward. Let the mind open wide enough to hold the sky. Let your problems dissolve, not disappear, but reduce into something manageable, something temporary. And let the silence of space hold you, not as something distant, but as something you've always been part of. You are not alone. You are not broken. You are not late. You are here, and that is enough. When the mind has touched the stars and returned, something unexpected begins to settle inside, a kind of silence that doesn't come from distraction or exhaustion, but from perspective. And yet, even in the softness of that cosmic view, something remains. The day itself, the conversations, the frustrations, the conflicts, the responsibilities. They still live in the body, in the muscles, in the breath. While your awareness may have expanded, the imprint of daily life still lingers. What you carry into the night doesn't only come from above, it comes from what you walk through on the ground. This is where Stoic practice becomes deeply personal and profoundly practical. It's not about escaping your stress, it's about transforming how you relate to it. Every single challenge you face during the day, no matter how frustrating or inconvenient, has left behind a residue. The tension is not always in the event itself, it's in your interpretation of it. If left unprocessed, it becomes friction, and that friction prevents stillness. But when you learn how to convert that tension into insight and even gratitude, the weight releases, and what was once a source of disturbance becomes a pathway to rest. The Stoics believed that obstacles are not interruptions of life. They are life. They are the raw material of growth. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." This isn't just a clever line, it's a mental shift that changes how you carry your day into the night. Because if you begin to see each problem not as something to regret, but as something that trained you, everything softens, everything finds a place. This process begins by revisiting the events of the day, not to relive them, but to reinterpret them. Start with something that disturbed you, a moment of tension, a mistake, a disappointment. Instead of replaying the story, you ask, what did this teach me about myself? Not in a judgmental way, but in a curious one. What part of me was challenged? Was it my patience, my pride, my expectations? Once you've identified what was tested, you recognize the opportunity that was hidden in that moment. You see the discomfort not as a punishment, but as a mirror, a reminder of what you value, a teacher pointing out where your practice still has room to grow. And in that clarity, something begins to shift. You no longer feel stuck in the experience. You begin to feel thankful for it, not because it was pleasant, but because it gave you a chance to become more aware, more resilient, more free. This is not false positivity. It is grounded, earned gratitude, the kind that comes only when you face difficulty with an open heart and a steady mind. There's a strength in this that is often overlooked. Gratitude is not weakness, it is discipline. It is the mental strength to say, even this was useful. When you meet your day with this kind of lens, you stop bracing against discomfort. You stop labeling things as good or bad based only on how they made you feel in the moment. Instead, you look at their effect, their function, what they pulled out of you that needed to be seen. This way of thinking transforms your internal narrative. You stop telling yourself that the day was chaotic or unfair. You begin to say, the day was full of practice. You stop asking, why did this happen to me? And start asking, what did I learn through this? The shift might seem small, but over time it becomes everything. It turns life into training, it turns stress into strength, and it prepares your mind for sleep, not with escape, but with understanding. This practice also reduces inner resistance, because the moment you understand the purpose behind a difficult experience, you stop resenting it. Resentment is a form of internal noise. It keeps the nervous system activated, but when resentment turns to gratitude, the energy changes. You exhale without defensiveness. You stop rehearsing comebacks. You stop wishing the past had gone another way. You receive it as it was, and you rest in what it gave you. There's another benefit too, self-respect. When you look at your day through this lens, you begin to admire how you handled it, even if it wasn't perfect. You start to notice the effort, the restraint, the moments you could have reacted but didn't. You see yourself more clearly, and you begin to trust yourself more. That trust leads to peace, because when you trust yourself, you stop needing everything outside you to go perfectly. And even when you failed, when you lost your patience or made a poor choice, there is still something to gain. You ask, what did this show me about my reflexes? What belief drove that reaction? What part of me felt threatened? These questions are not punishments. They are clarifiers. And clarity is a relief. Because once you see the cause, you can adjust. You don't stay stuck. You learn. And learning is forward motion. Gratitude also brings your attention to the unnoticed. Not every obstacle is loud. Some are quiet, invisible. The task you completed even though you didn't feel like it. The way you showed up for someone when you were tired. The decision not to argue when you could have. These moments are easy to miss, but they are the bricks of strength that your character is built from. And when you notice them, you reclaim the narrative. You remember who you are becoming. Even physical tension can be addressed this way. When your body holds stress, it's often because the mind has not yet made peace with an experience. But when you shift your thinking about that moment, from frustration to gratitude, the body responds. It lets go. The breath deepens. The jaw relaxes. The stomach softens. You are no longer at war with what happened. You are learning from it, and learning feels safe. Safety invites sleep. This is the kind of mental hygiene that replaces mental clutter. Instead of carrying a suitcase of unresolved moments into the night, you carry only what matters. You carry lessons, not weight. You fall asleep knowing that everything had meaning, not because you forced it to, but because you opened your eyes enough to see it. This doesn't mean you loved every moment. It means you respected it. You honored the opportunity it gave you to grow in character. That is the Stoic definition of gratitude, not saying thank you for ease, but saying thank you for truth, for training, for clarity. Over time, this habit becomes automatic. You begin turning toward discomfort instead of avoiding it. You begin asking better questions in real time, not just at night. You begin treating life as a partner in your development, not an enemy to survive. And this attitude creates stability, not just during the day, but in the hours before sleep, when the mind is most raw and honest. Your sleep then becomes a reward, not for perfection, but for reflection. You've processed the day, you've translated the tension, you've pulled the meaning from the chaos, and now there's nothing left to solve. Only rest. So as the lights go dim and the room grows quiet, take one last inventory. Not of tasks, but of tests. Think through the challenges you faced and name the traits they helped sharpen. Patience, discipline, honesty, courage, humility. And then say thank you, not with words, but with breath, with peace, with stillness. Because the day did not break you, it refined you. And now you are free to sleep, not just tired, but tranquil. As gratitude begins to settle where tension once lived, and the day is no longer viewed as a series of problems, but as practice, something else becomes visible beneath the surface, a subtler force, still quietly gripping. It isn't stress, it isn't fear. It's the part of you still trying to prove something, still attached to titles, labels, and the image of who you think you should be. It is the part of the mind that doesn't sleep easily, even when the body is ready. It is the ego. No matter how well you manage your emotions or find meaning in your obstacles, the self-image you carry can still keep you awake. It whispers through questions like, was I enough today? Did I perform well? Did I gain approval? Did I maintain the identity I've built? These questions are rarely conscious, but they live in the body like tension and surface in the dark when no one else is watching. This attachment to identity is not just a social pattern. It is a mental habit rooted in survival. But what helps you function during the day can become a weight at night. The roles you play, parent, partner, professional, friend, are useful, but they are not you. They are costumes you wear to move through society. The problem arises when you forget that they are temporary, when you carry them into the space where none of them matter. Before sleep, there is an opportunity to release all identity, not as rejection, but as rest. This is what the Stoics practiced not only in theory, but through direct mental exercise. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that even the emperor, with all his power and duties, was still only flesh, breath, and thought. In doing so, he reduced the weight of his title, not to neglect his responsibilities, but to remind himself of his essence. He knew the value of returning to that core before sleep, where reputation and duty held no influence. Unclutching identity begins by becoming aware of how tightly you hold it. Even subtle thoughts like, "I should have done more," or "they think this of me," are signs that your ego is still active. It's not about erasing your name or abandoning your purpose. It's about loosening the grip on being someone in particular. The ego wants to be solid, consistent, praised. But the deeper part of you, the observer, doesn't need any of that. It simply exists. And existence is enough for rest. One of the ways to start this release is to ask yourself a powerful question. Who am I without my roles? Who are you without the name, the job, the story, the success, or the failure? These are things that have shaped your experience, but they are not your essence. Letting go of them, even for a few hours, returns you to stillness. Sleep doesn't care if you succeeded today. It doesn't care about your image. It asks only for surrender. This surrender isn't dramatic, it's gentle. It's practiced by noticing the thoughts that tie you back to identity and allowing them to fade. If the mind brings up your status, say silently, "That's not needed right now." If it replays a moment where your ego was bruised or boosted, say, "That too can be let go." These responses are not about shutting down the mind. They are about giving it a different task, one that supports silence over stimulation. As this habit deepens, you may begin to notice how many thoughts are based on proving, defending, or maintaining who you think you are. These thoughts are often disguised as planning or reflection, but they carry an urgency that is unnecessary before sleep. You don't need to prove anything at midnight. You don't need to be admired while your eyes are closed. Let that truth be freeing. This process also helps dismantle comparison. The ego thrives when it sees itself through others, better, worse, above, behind. But none of that survives the night. In the dark, you are simply a being in need of rest. And when comparison fades, compassion grows. You no longer see people as mirrors for your worth. You see them as fellow travelers, equal in uncertainty, equal in longing, equal in sleep. To support this release, consider a practice the Stoics quietly embraced, reducing the self to its basic nature. You are a body needing recovery, a mind needing stillness, a soul needing peace. Everything else is extra, not unimportant, but not essential in this moment. If you can return to these basics before sleep, your nervous system will follow, because the body responds not only to breath and thought, but to identity. When you stop performing, it stops protecting. This kind of identity unclutching also prepares you for aging, change, and loss. When you practice letting go of who you were during the day, you become more flexible when life asks you to shift in bigger ways. You stop clinging to status as a source of security. You begin to locate peace in something that doesn't change with titles, roles, or reputation. And that inner stability becomes the ground you sleep on, not your mattress, but your state of mind. This habit is especially useful when dealing with transitions, retirement, job loss, shifting relationships, moments where your title dissolves. If your peace has always depended on your label, sleep becomes fragile. But if you've practiced releasing your identity nightly, these transitions become less frightening. You've already learned how to rest without the costume. Now you simply wear it less often. There is also a great gentleness in this practice, because when you let go of identity, you no longer judge yourself so harshly. The inner critic that says you didn't perform well enough is attached to an image. When the image dissolves, the judgment loses power. You don't need to be a perfect version of anything before resting. You only need to be honest, present, and willing to be human. One method for releasing identity is visualization. Before bed, close your eyes and mentally remove each layer: your job title, your role in relationships, your goals, even your preferences. See them fall away like garments. Beneath it all, what remains? Just awareness, just breath, just being. That is who sleeps. That is who you've always been, beneath all the layers. This space, this egoless presence, is not empty. It is full of clarity, humility, and peace. It is the part of you that isn't afraid of failure because it isn't chasing success. It isn't afraid of being misunderstood because it isn't grasping for approval. It simply is. And when that part of you lies down, sleep becomes effortless, because nothing is being held up, nothing is being protected, nothing is being projected. This doesn't mean you erase your ambition or your self-respect. It means you set them down for the night, like tools you use with care, but don't sleep with in your hands. You'll pick them up again in the morning, with less attachment and more wisdom. Over time, this kind of surrender changes how you live, not just how you sleep. You become less reactive, less defensive. You listen more, you push less, because you're no longer building your identity with every word and action. You're simply showing up fully, without needing to become anything. And that is what sleep asks of you above all else, to simply return to being. No performance, no posture, just presence. So now, as the lights dim and the world grows quiet, allow the identity you've worn all day to rest. You are not the version others see. You are not the expectations you carry. You are not your wins or your failures. You are here, breathing, resting. Enough. Let that be your final truth tonight. And sleep as the self you never had to earn. Once the ego has been set down, once the masks and names have been quietly removed, something rare begins to take shape. Simplicity. Not the simplicity of less clutter on a desk or fewer items on a to-do list, but the simplicity that comes when you are no longer performing for anyone, including yourself. In that moment of surrender, when you're no longer chasing identity or proving worth, your outer world finally begins to match the silence inside. But if the space you sleep in is filled with the same noise you've spent the entire evening dissolving, that calm cannot last. Your environment speaks to you whether you notice it or not, and the bedroom, though small and often overlooked, plays a crucial role in shaping your inner state. It either whispers peace or stirs up noise. Most people never question what surrounds them. They sleep surrounded by things that quietly reinforce pressure, visual reminders of status, success, expectations, and unfinished tasks. Even when the phone is off and the lights are low, the room still holds presence. That presence either softens you or tightens you. The Stoics understood this. While they didn't have modern bedrooms, they were deeply aware of the way external conditions influenced the mind. They believed in stripping away anything that fed comparison, envy, or pretense. Not because they hated comfort, but because they valued clarity. A Stoic monk's space was never about deprivation. It was about protection from noise, vanity, and false identity. That same mindset can be applied to where you sleep. To create a sanctuary where the self can rest, the first step is to remove everything that does not support calm. Not just physical clutter, but symbolic weight. Objects that speak to ambition, competition, and performance. Awards, work tools, devices, and unfinished projects carry subtle energy. They signal your brain to stay alert. They remind you of who you need to become. But sleep does not need your ambition. It needs your surrender. When the environment reinforces the idea that you can let go, the body follows. It stops holding up the posture of doing and returns to being. Start by taking an honest look at the room you sleep in. What does it say about you? Does it reflect pressure or peace? Does it invite stillness or noise? Strip away anything that performs identity. The bedroom should not be a stage. It should be a cave, a quiet, humble place that holds you without requiring anything from you. That means fewer distractions, fewer signals to the mind that there's more to achieve. Even decoration must be considered. A space does not need to be empty to be Stoic. It needs to be aligned. Art that calms the mind, textures that soften the nervous system, colors that do not shout. There is room for beauty here, but not for status. The Stoic monk is not concerned with trends or approval. They seek environments that tell the truth. You need less than you think to feel whole. The bed itself becomes part of this truth. It is not meant to impress. It is meant to support. Comfort, yes, but not indulgence. Softness without excess. Quality without flash. When the space is honest, you become honest. When it is humble, you feel safe lowering your guard. Lighting plays a role as well. Harsh artificial light tells the brain to stay alert. A Stoic space embraces dusk. It mirrors the natural cycle, letting light fade with time. The dimming becomes a signal. The world is slowing. So can you. This gentle progression from brightness to darkness is not cosmetic. It is biological. It aligns your sleep with the world you belong to, not the world of screens and performance. Even sound must be reconsidered. Noise carries memory. If your room echoes with the buzz of devices, the distant hum of news or shows, your nervous system remains tethered to stimulation. Silence is not emptiness. It is space for breath to deepen. It is room for thought to dissolve. It is the soil where stillness can take root. If complete silence feels unsettling, choose sounds that come from nature. Water, wind, or distant birdsong. These remind the body of something it once knew deeply, the rhythm of life without effort. Scent also shapes how the brain relaxes. It is one of the fastest ways to affect emotion. A bedroom filled with synthetic smells or harsh cleansers sends the wrong message. Gentle, natural scents, cedarwood, lavender, frankincense, do not distract. They ground. They tell the body, you are safe now. And in safety, you release. Not just muscle tension, but mental grip. This space crafted with care and attention, becomes more than a room. It becomes a companion to your practice. Every night, it reinforces what your mind is learning. You do not need to hold on so tightly. You do not need to be impressive. You do not need to be seen. Here, you can let go. It is also important to establish boundaries within this space. The bedroom must be protected from the habits of performance. That means no work, no email, no news scrolls, no social mirrors. These behaviors signal that your attention is still required outside yourself. But the Stoic monk knows the day has ended. What you didn't solve remains unsolved. What is unresolved will still be there. But this room is not for solving. It is for dissolving. Clothing too plays a role. What you wear to bed should reflect ease, soft, simple, unbranded. Not because appearance is wrong, but because this is not the time for presentation. The more you remove layers of identity, even in what covers your skin, the easier it becomes to remember who you are without roles. Even the arrangement of your sleeping space can influence how you sleep. A room that faces light, noise, or traffic may carry more alertness than one that sits quietly in a darker corner. The positioning of your bed, the direction your body faces, the presence of windows, all contribute to how deeply you allow yourself to rest. While preferences differ, the principle remains. Arrange your space to support withdrawal, not stimulation. Every object in the room should answer one question. Does this support stillness? If it doesn't, remove it. This isn't about minimalism for aesthetics. It's about precision of purpose. Your bedroom should feel like a shelter, not from danger, but from demand. A place where nothing is asked of you, where presence is enough. Over time, the effect of this space builds. Your body starts to associate the room with peace. The nervous system learns, when I enter here, I can exhale. This association grows stronger with repetition. Soon, just stepping into the space begins the descent into rest. This environment also trains your mind to know that rest is not a luxury, it is a discipline. And discipline, when rooted in wisdom, is freedom. You do not need more things to sleep better. You need fewer messages pulling your attention in 1,000 directions. You need fewer reminders of who you're supposed to be. You need space to forget yourself for a while. This is what the Stoic monk understood. That rest is sacred not because it is pleasurable, but because it is necessary. A mind that never detaches cannot remain clear. A soul that never releases cannot remain whole. This space, designed with humility, becomes your temple for that release. As you prepare to sleep, let the room remind you, you are allowed to stop. You are not being measured. You are not being watched. You are not falling behind. You are arriving at silence, at stillness, at simplicity. Let the walls carry no opinions. Let the air hold no judgment. Let the floor ask nothing of you, and let the bed become a place where you return to yourself, not your image, but your essence. Because when the space becomes honest, you become free. And when you are free, sleep comes quietly, not as a reward, but as a return. When the space around you finally reflects peace, when no object demands performance and no corner echoes comparison, there is one final voice that often remains, speaking softly but sharply from within. It doesn't come from your environment. It doesn't come from others. It comes from the part of your mind that still believes you're not enough, not productive enough, not strong enough, not disciplined enough. This voice doesn't yell. It whispers just loud enough to interfere with rest. And no matter how carefully you prepare your body and room for sleep, This internal judge can keep you from fully letting go. This is the inner tyrant, the self-critic that wears the mask of motivation, but often delivers only guilt. It appears right as your head hits the pillow, reviewing mistakes with surgical precision, questioning your worth, replaying awkward moments, obsessing over what should have gone better. The Stoics were familiar with this voice. Marcus Aurelius heard it too. But instead of silencing it with force, he practiced something radical: mercy. He saw that strength was not in constant correction, but in patient honesty. That inner discipline without compassion becomes cruelty, and cruelty, especially when self-directed, does not lead to virtue. It leads to restlessness. The first step in neutralizing the inner tyrant is recognizing its tone. It often speaks in absolutes. You always fail at this. You never get it right. You should be better by now. These phrases pretend to help, but actually wound. They sound like clarity, but they lack balance. The Stoic mind responds by stepping back and asking, is this true? More importantly, is this useful? The truth, as Marcus taught, must be paired with fairness. You cannot grow under the weight of a hammer. You need space to reflect without punishment. When the critic surfaces, the response isn't to argue, it's to redirect the conversation. Begin by stating what did go well, not as denial, but as balance. Maybe you handled a difficult moment with more patience than usual. Maybe you paused instead of reacting. Maybe you simply endured. The goal is not to inflate your ego. It's to remind your nervous system that not everything went wrong, that you're making progress, even if the day didn't end in victory. Marcus often returned to the idea that we are all learning and that judgment should never come before understanding. So instead of scolding yourself, begin asking better questions. What was I feeling in that moment? What was I afraid of? What did I misunderstand? These questions open space for awareness, not attack. And awareness allows growth. Criticism without awareness is noise. Awareness without shame becomes power. This approach doesn't mean you ignore faults. It means you observe them with maturity. If you spoke unkindly, acknowledge it. If you wasted time, admit it. But stop turning every slip into a story about your character. You are not your worst moment. You are not the version of yourself that showed up under stress. You are the one reflecting now, the one who seeks clarity, integrity, and rest. That person is not weak. That person is becoming wise. Another Stoic principle that helps disarm the inner tyrant is the understanding of nature. Marcus wrote that human beings are meant to make mistakes, that no one is exempt from moments of weakness. Even the wisest stumble. So when your mind begins to replay a failure, remind yourself, this is part of the process. You are not broken. You are in motion. This mindset invites you to speak to yourself the way a good mentor would. Firm, yes, but kind. Honest, but never cruel. You don't need to wait until you're perfect to give yourself peace. In fact, peace is what allows correction to take root. When the soil is too hard, nothing grows. But when it's softened with mercy, you can plant new habits without fear. This softness also allows for rest. Because most insomnia driven by self-judgment doesn't come from physical discomfort. It comes from mental friction. You are resisting yourself, arguing with your past, worrying about your worth. These thoughts keep adrenaline in your bloodstream and tension in your body. But when you speak to yourself with calm, the body listens, the shoulders drop, the breath deepens, the mind stops racing. Sleep becomes possible again, not as escape, but as recovery. A helpful tool is a nightly reflection practice rooted in non-judgment. Sit for a few minutes and review the day through this question. Where did I do my best, even if it wasn't enough? That lens cuts through shame and reveals effort, and effort, even when imperfect, deserves acknowledgement. The Stoics never demanded perfection, they sought virtue, and virtue is built slowly with patience, correction, and compassion. Another way to practice this is through written language. Write a short note to yourself as if you were writing to someone you care about. Express your concerns, your regrets, but also your intentions. End the note with a phrase that allows closure, something like, "That is enough for today." This simple act can shift your mental state. You stop internalizing failure and begin transitioning to rest. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself often that he was not his thoughts, that they came and went like wind. You can apply this at night by watching the inner critic without reacting to it. Say, "That's one opinion," or "That's not helpful right now." Then return to the breath, not to escape, but to anchor. Anchoring is different from avoiding. Avoidance pushes the critic away. Anchoring allows it to pass without engagement. It's also important to notice when the inner critic is repeating voices you've heard before. Often, it is not your true voice. It's the echo of a parent, a teacher, a culture. You internalized it so young, it feels like truth. But when examined, it falls apart. You are not obligated to believe every harsh word your mind speaks. You can question it, and in doing so, you create space for your own voice, a voice that wants to grow, not shrink. Mercy is not laziness. It's a higher form of discipline. It requires more strength to meet yourself without attack than it does to stay trapped in cycles of guilt. When you learn to hold your flaws without flinching, you become stable. That stability doesn't remove mistakes, it removes shame. And without shame, there is room for real change. This kind of internal gentleness also influences how you treat others. When you stop punishing yourself for every flaw, you stop expecting others to be flawless. You become less reactive, less bitter, more understanding. Your relationships improve not because people change, but because your judgment softens. That softening begins inside. At night, this internal climate becomes the atmosphere of your sleep. If your mind is still hostile, the body stays on edge. But if your inner tone is patient and kind, the body begins to trust. It no longer braces for correction. It releases. It breathes fully. And rest becomes not just possible, but natural. This is the core of Stoic self-care. Not indulgence, but respect. Not excuses, but context. You begin to treat yourself like a student you care about, not a soldier you must discipline. And in that shift, you begin to heal patterns that years of judgment have only made worse. As you prepare to rest tonight, listen carefully to how you're speaking to yourself. If there is tension, meet it. Not with force, with attention. Ask what it needs. Maybe it needs to be heard. Maybe it needs reassurance. Maybe it needs to be told that the day is done and no more performance is required. Let that be your final task, not correcting, not proving, not reviewing, but extending the same mercy to yourself that you would give someone you love. Not because you earned it, but because that mercy makes you more capable of becoming who you truly are. Now take a breath. You are not a problem to fix. You are a person in progress. And for tonight, that is more than enough. Once harshness gives way to mercy, and the voice within no longer wounds but begins to guide, something powerful begins to stir in the background. Your inner landscape shifts. And what happens next in that stillness is not random. It's shaped by what you've allowed your mind to hold last. In the moments between wakefulness and sleep, the subconscious begins to open. It does not argue. It does not filter. It simply absorbs. What you feed it in those final moments can either deepen your unrest or become a quiet architect of strength and clarity. This is where the Stoics offered something rarely talked about, preparing the subconscious not just to rest, but to grow. The thoughts you choose to focus on before sleep can become the seeds of how you act the next day, not through magic, but through alignment. Your character, repeated in quiet images, becomes your reality, not instantly, but consistently. This isn't about controlling your dreams, it's about shaping the soil they grow in. Stoic dreams begin not in the content of your sleep, but in the content of your attention before it. The final thoughts you dwell on, the final emotions you allow to settle, carry into the brain's slower waves. These are not empty moments. This is prime time for planting. When you dwell on regret, conflict, or confusion, the subconscious carries that tone. But when you feed it courage, justice, discipline, or compassion, something different happens. Your rest becomes restorative on a moral level. You're not just recovering, you're reorienting. The Stoics believed that the virtues, courage, temperance, wisdom, justice, were not abstract ideas. They were guiding forces, and they could be trained. Repetition creates familiarity. Just as the muscles respond to movement, the subconscious responds to what it sees over and over again. So what you present to the mind as it falls asleep becomes the blueprint it continues to work from. Start this process by choosing a specific virtue. You don't need to cover all of them every night. Focus makes the impression stronger. If you choose courage, reflect briefly on a time you displayed it, even in a small way. Speak silently to yourself. Today, I was willing to face discomfort. Then, picture it. Replay it as if you were watching it on a screen, but without critique. Just observation. Let the feeling settle, not pride, but steadiness. If no moment comes to mind, don't force it. Instead, visualize what it would look like to act with courage tomorrow. A difficult conversation, a task you've been avoiding. Picture yourself handling it with clarity and calm, not as fantasy, but as practice. This visualization doesn't need to be long. In fact, brief is better. The subconscious remembers simplicity. Think of it as giving your internal compass a clear direction before it moves into rest mode. The same can be done with temperance. Reflect on where you held back, where you remained steady in a moment of temptation or anger. Even if the success was partial, notice it. Give your mind a glimpse of what that looked and felt like. You are training the mind to notice virtue, not just problems. This makes it more likely that tomorrow, when similar situations arise, your subconscious will recognize them. The moral memory has been warmed up, the cues are familiar, and in that familiarity, action becomes smoother. The Stoics didn't leave this to chance. They rehearsed the kind of people they wanted to become, not in theory, but through conscious repetition. And night was the best time to do it, because that's when the critical mind was quiet enough to listen. Another effective method is the use of a simple phrase. Marcus Aurelius would write statements like, "Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be one." You can adapt this idea before bed. Choose a phrase that represents the virtue you're focusing on. For example, Justice is not opinion, it's action. Or, discipline is choosing what matters over what's easy. Repeat it slowly, gently. Let it echo without effort. This is not a chant. It's a message sent to the part of you that shapes behavior without noise. With repetition, this phrase begins to surface during the day, not as a forced mantra, but as a quiet reminder. The mind remembers what is emotionally marked, so when you attach feeling to the virtues you rehearse, you increase their impact. Think about how it felt to be brave, to stay calm, to act with fairness when it was hard. Even a slight emotional tone deepens the memory. This is how the subconscious decides what to prioritize. What it feels, it keeps. You can also use a nightly journal for this. Not a long entry, just a short line. Today I practiced, followed by the virtue you focused on. This creates consistency. Over time, you begin to see patterns. You see which virtues you need more of and which ones are growing stronger. It becomes a quiet form of accountability, not to punish, but to direct. If you struggle with replaying negative events at night, redirect that energy by reframing them through virtue. Ask, what virtue was challenged here? Did the moment call for patience, but you reacted with anger? Did it ask for honesty, but you softened the truth? This is not about self-judgment. This is reflection. You are turning mistakes into curriculum. Your subconscious won't retain guilt, but it will retain clarity. Feed it that clarity before bed. This practice also helps soften self-identity. You're no longer obsessed with outcomes, only with alignment. You stop asking, "Did I win?" and start asking, "Did I live by what matters?" That question creates depth. It removes ego from the equation and replaces it with principle. And that shift allows the soul to rest. You're not trying to protect your image, you're training your character. These pre-sleep reflections don't need to be dramatic. In fact, the quieter they are, the more effective. The mind doesn't need volume, it needs consistency. A nightly ritual, even 5 minutes, sends a signal. This is what we value. This is what we're shaping. And over time, the subconscious will begin to follow. The beauty of this practice is that it works even when you're not fully awake. Some nights, your mind will wander. You'll forget, but the pattern remains. The more often you guide your last thoughts toward virtue, the more your dreams begin to reflect that intention. You may notice different themes surfacing: less chaos, less fear, more steadiness, or, at the very least, more recovery. And even if the dreams don't shift noticeably, your mornings will. You'll begin to wake up with clearer direction, not because something magical happened, but because your inner compass was reset before sleep. This is what the Stoics meant by harmony, a life where thought, feeling and action are aligned. It doesn't start in battle or in meetings. It starts in the quietest moments, in the seconds before sleep, when you choose what to plant, whether you feed the fear or the virtue, whether you surrender to the chaos or shape your response to it. As you prepare for sleep tonight, ask yourself, what quality do I want to bring forward tomorrow? Not as a demand, but as a direction. Then see it, name it, feel it, let it settle, let it echo. Then close your eyes, not with pressure, but with quiet focus. You have done enough. You have chosen who to become. And now you let the mind rest, not in noise, but in virtue. And that virtue, even as you sleep, begins to guide you, not loudly, but steadily. When the final thoughts before sleep have been shaped with clarity and virtue, When the subconscious has been gently guided toward courage, honesty, and discipline, there remains one final, often overlooked terrain: what to do when the night turns against you. Sleep is not always peaceful. Even the most prepared mind can encounter restlessness, troubling dreams, or sudden awakenings. What determines your peace is not whether these things happen, but how well your mind is trained to meet them. Most people treat dreams like passive entertainment, but for the Stoic, the night, like the day, is another arena for growth. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself constantly that life would not go smoothly, that disappointment, loss, and fear would always have a place. He didn't say this with bitterness. He said it with resolve, because preparing for difficulty was not pessimism, it was protection. He practiced what the Stoics called premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of evils, the mental rehearsal of adversity, not to scare the mind, but to strengthen it. Most people go to bed hoping for a perfect sleep. That hope often creates the opposite: more tension, more resistance. And when the night brings an unwanted thought, a disturbing dream, or a 3 a.m. worry spiral, the untrained mind begins to panic. It resists what is happening. That resistance builds adrenaline. The body wakes up, the thoughts get louder, sleep dissolves. But what if you went to sleep expecting at times discomfort, not fearing it, but practicing for it? The mind can be conditioned just like the body, and this conditioning doesn't need hours of preparation. It needs intention. You can build nighttime resilience by rehearsing difficulty before it appears, just a few minutes before sleep. A mental scan of possible disturbances, not to dread them, but to familiarize yourself with them. The Stoics didn't believe in surprise. They believed in readiness. You begin this process by selecting a discomfort that often visits you at night. It could be anxiety, guilt, or fear of the unknown. Do not push it away. Face it. Let the thought rise. Then ask, what would I do if this visited me tonight? What would I think? How would I breathe? What would I tell myself? You are walking through the fear, not being controlled by it. This is rehearsal, not in panic, but in calm. The brain responds to this type of exercise. When a scenario is imagined repeatedly in a state of control, the nervous system rewires. The same fear that once triggered chaos now meets familiarity. Your brain says, "We've been here before. We have a path." That path creates a new pattern, less tension, more stillness. Even if the discomfort still comes, it no longer startles, and without that surprise, it loses power. This practice also changes how you view waking up at night. Most people see it as failure, a disruption. But the Stoic sees it as another training ground. Waking at 2 a.m. with a racing mind becomes an opportunity to return to composure. You are not being tested, you are being reminded that even in half sleep, you can apply the same calm you practiced in the day. You are not helpless in the dark. You are not lost just because you're tired. You're simply in a different room with the same tools. Even nightmares can be reframed this way. The Stoics didn't try to avoid fear. They studied it. They stepped into it during waking hours so it wouldn't control them when they were vulnerable. If a dark dream visits you, reflect on it not as something trying to hurt you, but something trying to show you where you still carry fear. Ask, what emotion did that dream expose? Was it loss, shame, weakness? Let it teach you. Let it reveal the places that still need peace. This is what it means to build nighttime resilience. To train your mind not to expect comfort, but to expect adaptability. You stop chasing perfect sleep. You chase preparedness. You go to bed not hoping nothing goes wrong, but confident you'll handle it when it does. That shift gives you control, not over the night, but over your reaction. There's also a deep humility in this practice. You acknowledge that you cannot command your sleep, that the subconscious is vast and not always predictable. But you do not fear it. You respect it. You meet it with readiness. That readiness says to the darker parts of the mind, "You are welcome. I do not fear you. I do not resist you. I am prepared to listen, to breathe, and to return to stillness." To make this practical, develop a short nightly mental exercise. Close your eyes and say quietly to yourself, "If I wake tonight, I will breathe. I will not judge. I will observe and return." This sentence becomes a kind of anchor. You're not bracing for suffering, you're rehearsing calm. You can add short visualizations too. Picture yourself waking in the dark, sitting calmly, breathing, then lying back down. The body begins to understand this as a routine, not a threat. This also helps dissolve the fear of lost sleep. Many people stay anxious at night, not because they're awake, but because they're worried about what that wakefulness will cost them. What if I'm exhausted tomorrow? What if I can't function? These thoughts are more damaging than the wakefulness itself. But when you have trained for the possibility, they hold less power. You tell yourself, "I've prepared for this. I can function with less sleep. I've done it before. I'll do it again." This mindset shifts you from victim to participant. You're not being carried by the night. You're engaging with it. You're shaping your role inside it. You're not avoiding discomfort. You're dancing with it. And in that dance, fear shrinks. You stop exaggerating the impact of imperfection. You stop catastrophizing lost hours. You stop needing sleep to go a certain way in order to feel whole. The beauty of premeditatio malorum is that it applies just as much to sleep as it does to daily life. By rehearsing misfortune before it comes, you rob it of its surprise. By expecting discomfort, you remain calm when it arrives. And that calm, more than anything else, supports your healing. Because when fear is gone, sleep, real sleep, can finally begin. You can also carry this into how you speak to yourself. If you wake up and the mind begins to swirl, use prepared phrases. "I expected this. This is not new. I have the strength to remain still." These are not affirmations meant to overpower. They are reminders of training. They tell the brain what to do next. They prevent spirals by offering a structure. One sentence can stop 20 anxious thoughts from spiraling. Another benefit of this training is that it reduces frustration with your own mind. You stop blaming yourself for restlessness. You start honoring the effort. You say, "This is part of the work. This moment is practice." That mindset protects your confidence, because the most damaging part of a restless night is not the fatigue. It's the belief that you failed. But you haven't failed. You've entered the arena. You are learning to stay grounded in discomfort. This also helps you meet future nights with less fear. The memory of past wakefulness no longer haunts you. You stop thinking, "Please don't let tonight be like that." And instead you think, "If tonight is hard, I am ready." That readiness makes rest more likely because it removes tension. Tension is the enemy of sleep. Readiness is the medicine. Let this become part of your sleep ritual, not just soft blankets and slow breath, but mental strength. Even if the night is kind, you remain steady. And if it is not, you remain steady too. This is not about controlling the night. It's about not being controlled by it. You don't need perfection to sleep well. You need peace with imperfection. You don't need silence to rest. You need silence within. And that silence is built through preparation. So tonight, before you close your eyes, do not beg for ease. Prepare for the test. Walk yourself through the fear. Step into the dark, not with dread, but with readiness, because you are no longer waiting for peace. You are becoming it. Even after training the mind to meet discomfort with calm, even after turning wakefulness into practice and nighttime into preparation, there is still a deeper edge that remains, the space where control no longer reaches. It is the edge of awareness, the place where thought dissolves and you no longer know where you are, who you are, or how long you've been gone. This moment arrives every night, silently, and most people cross it without ever looking at it directly. But the Stoics looked. They faced it. They welcomed it. Because to them, sleep wasn't just rest. It was rehearsal. It was a way to make peace with the one certainty none of us can outrun. Sleep and death were deeply linked in Stoic thought, not in a grim or dark way, but in a clarifying one. The daily act of lying down, releasing control, surrendering thought, and trusting the body to drift into stillness was more than routine. It was spiritual training. Every night you fall asleep, you practice the art of letting go, of saying, "I don't need to finish everything. I don't need to know what comes next. I allow myself to leave without fear." Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that each day could be his last, not to depress himself, but to sharpen his awareness, to remind his soul to live fully and detach gently. This wasn't about obsessing over death. It was about removing its sting. If you can practice its shape each night, you no longer fear its arrival. You recognize the rhythm. You've rehearsed the posture. You've already let go, over and over, without struggle. When you begin seeing sleep this way, something inside you shifts. You stop fighting to stay in control. You stop needing to know how long it will take to drift off or what dreams will come. You lie down with the knowledge that you may not return. And in that honesty, peace becomes real. Not the peace that comes from comfort, but the peace that comes from surrender. This way of sleeping changes how you relate to time. You no longer treat the end of the day as a deadline or a problem to solve. You see it as a conclusion, a sacred one, a line drawn not out of fatigue, but out of understanding. That nothing more is owed from you tonight. That if you don't wake, you ended well. And ending well is the true measure of peace. You take stock of the day, not just in tasks, but in presence. Did you love with clarity? Did you speak with truth? Did you honor your body, your values, your relationships? If so, you have earned your rest. If not, you name the gap and release the judgment. Because sleep is not a courtroom, it's a temple. The practice becomes powerful when you no longer require certainty to find calm. Sleep is uncertain. It always was. You release your grip on consciousness. You leave the known. And yet you do it every night. With enough practice, this surrender becomes not frightening, but natural. You remember that your deepest rest comes from giving up, not fighting harder. This reframing also changes your relationship with the body. In death, the body remains still. In sleep, it rehearses that stillness. But when the mind is calm, that stillness isn't disturbing. It's sacred. You lie down not in fear of absence, but in celebration of the day's completeness. The hands are no longer needed. The voice is no longer needed. Thought dissolves. Only awareness remains, just for a moment, before even that lets go. This is not something to fear, it's something to practice. Each time you surrender with grace, you prepare yourself not only for a better night, but for a fuller life. Because the fear of death doesn't just haunt the final moment, it colors everything we do. It makes us rush, it makes us grasp. But when you meet it each night without panic, it begins to fade. The grip loosens. You begin to live lighter, not careless, but less afraid. The Stoics were not obsessed with dying. They were devoted to living in alignment with truth. And the truth is, each day ends. Each life ends. But that doesn't make the experience tragic. It makes it urgent. It gives weight to your choices. It makes the act of sleeping not a pause, but a ritual. One that says, I've done what I could. I've faced what I must. I've let go of what I cannot hold. And now I enter the unknown with peace. That unknown is not empty. It is spacious. It is the same space from which your best ideas arise. The place where healing begins. The place where memory reorganizes and emotions soften. Sleep, like death, is not an ending. It is a return to stillness, to silence, to something beyond language. To embrace this idea fully, develop a practice of gentle detachment as you prepare for bed. Reflect briefly. If this is my last night, how do I want to meet it? Not with panic, not with perfection, just with presence. Let that thought strip away the need for more. Let it soften the tension around what you didn't finish. And then breathe. Say silently to yourself, if I wake, I begin again. If I don't, I've already arrived. This is not a final statement. It's a doorway into peace. It frees you from needing to achieve rest. It returns you to your essence, not your role, not your image, not your fears. Just presence, resting in nothingness. With repetition, this mindset rewires your relationship with sleep. You stop seeing it as a problem to solve. You stop clinging to dreams as escapes, or measuring your rest by how fast it comes. You see it as practice, as preparation, as reverence, and this reverence transforms your nights. You no longer dread the dark. You welcome it. You no longer fear unconsciousness. You respect it. You no longer panic when thoughts rise. You let them pass, because none of it threatens you. You've already given yourself permission to go. This also prepares you for more than sleep. It prepares you for illness, for aging, for moments when the body falters, when clarity fades, when plans fall apart. If you've practiced letting go each night, these larger moments do not feel unfamiliar. You know the shape of surrender. You know how to bow your head, not in defeat, but in dignity. And over time, this kind of spiritual preparation builds a quiet strength, a kind of invisible support that carries into your days. You live more fully, you love more deeply, you speak more truthfully, because you're no longer pretending time is endless. You're living from the knowledge that this moment matters and that it is enough. So as the light fades and the silence grows, let your final act be one of courage, not in doing, but in letting go. Say goodbye to the day without clinging. Say goodbye to the self without resistance. And rest not as someone avoiding death, but as someone who has made peace with it. Because sleep, when seen clearly, is not just rest. It is rehearsal for eternity. And you are ready. Once you've laid down in acceptance of impermanence, when the fear of endings is no longer a threat but a companion you've learned to walk with, there is one more burden that can still follow you into sleep. It's the weight that doesn't come from fear of death, but from memory. The past, not the future. The moment you said too much. The one where you stayed silent. A choice made in weakness. A habit repeated despite good intentions. Guilt, shame, and self-directed anger can linger beneath even the most peaceful rituals, and if they aren't handled with care, they will surface in the dark, quietly interrupting rest without warning. This is why the Stoics practiced nightly forgiveness, not as softness, but as responsibility. They understood that guilt, if unprocessed, becomes corrosion. It doesn't make you better. It makes you stuck. It clouds the mind, tenses the body, and poisons the hours meant for healing. But when approached with clarity, regret can become a tool. Not something to escape, but something to clean. That cleaning is not emotional indulgence. It is mental hygiene, and it must be practiced regularly. The Stoic method for releasing guilt rests on 3 pillars: responsibility, learning, and letting go. These are not steps to be rushed. They are conditions to be met, one at a time, with sincerity. Taken together, they create the emotional framework for rest that isn't shallow but real. The first step is responsibility. It begins by facing the discomfort. This requires honesty, not general guilt, but precision. What action caused harm? What words carried weight you didn't intend? What moment today made your conscience speak? The point is not to wallow, but to name. Without naming, the mind can't release. So you name it. You say, "I was impatient," or "I avoided something difficult," or "I failed to listen," and you say it without excuse. But responsibility, in Stoic terms, never meant self-punishment. The Stoics believed that ownership is a form of strength, that you can claim your part without confusing it for your identity. You are not your worst moment. You are not the mistake. You are the one reflecting. That is who you are now. Once the event has been named and the responsibility claimed, you shift into the second principle: learning. Here is where judgment transforms into value. You ask not, "Why did I do that?" but, "What belief was I following when I acted this way?" Were you reacting out of fear? Were you chasing validation? Were you trying to control something outside your influence? This step demands reflection without emotion. You are investigating your own system of thought. When you see the belief clearly, you can begin to rewrite it. Not with guilt, but with reason. For example, if you reacted with anger, ask, "What was I trying to protect?" If it was pride, then next time you'll watch for that tension. If it was fear of being wrong, then next time you'll notice the reflex. This is the foundation of Stoic self-improvement. Every mistake is a mirror, if you're willing to look. Now comes the final pillar: letting go. This step is the one most people resist. They think that if they let go of guilt, they're letting go of accountability. That if they forgive themselves, they're justifying the harm. But this is misunderstanding. Letting go is not forgetting. It is releasing the emotional weight after the learning is complete. It is saying, "I will not carry this into sleep because I have already taken what I needed from it." This release is critical. Without it, the mind loops. It circles the same memory, hoping it will change. But it won't. Only your posture toward it can change, and when it does, the loop breaks. You tell yourself, "This happened. I faced it. I've learned. Now it's time to rest." That line, repeated with calm conviction, creates closure. The nervous system softens. The guilt, no longer spinning, fades, and space opens for stillness. To support this process, build a short nightly ritual. Find a quiet place. Sit or lie down. Then, with closed eyes, review the day through this lens. Where did I fall short of who I want to be? Choose 1 or 2 moments. Then speak through each of the 3 principles. Name what happened. Take ownership. Identify the root belief. And finally, state your release. Not as a trick, but as a choice. I will not carry this into tomorrow. Over time, this process becomes faster, not because it's less sincere, but because the mind becomes trained. It learns to move through these steps automatically. You stop avoiding your flaws because you know how to meet them. You stop fearing reflection because you've built a method that brings clarity, not shame. And that clarity leads to peace. This method also prevents emotional buildup. When you release guilt each night, it doesn't accumulate. You don't reach a breaking point. You don't explode over minor triggers. You remain even. You become more responsive and less reactive. This isn't just for you, it helps your relationships. You begin to approach others with the same mercy you've practiced with yourself. You stop holding grudges. You stop needing apologies before you forgive. Because you know how powerful it is to be released from a burden. Even the body benefits. Guilt held in the mind lives in the body as tension, clenched jaws, tight shoulders, shallow breath. But when guilt is addressed, not avoided, the body receives the message. We are safe. The breath slows, muscles relax, the stress hormones drop. This is not theory, it's physiology. Forgiveness is a biological act. This practice also changes your view of discipline. Most people think discipline means pushing harder, but real discipline includes rest. It includes knowing when to stop thinking, when to say, enough. When to declare a chapter closed. You cannot build strength on shame. You build it on truth. And truth only becomes wisdom when it's held with mercy. Mercy doesn't mean pretending. It means acknowledging limits. It means understanding that mistakes are baked into the structure of growth. The Stoics didn't try to eliminate all fault. They tried to respond to it wisely. They didn't seek perfection. They sought alignment. Alignment with nature, with virtue, with reason. And reason says, when the lesson is learned, the emotion can be released. To fully release guilt, use your breath. As you complete your reflection, breathe in slowly and say to yourself, I see it clearly. Breathe out and say, I release it completely. This physical ritual embeds the mental choice. Over time, your body associates the exhale with relief. You begin to condition yourself not only to reflect, but to recover. This creates a powerful new baseline. You go to bed clean, not in denial, but in resolution. You have faced what needed facing, and now you are free. Not because the past is erased, but because it has been processed. And when something is processed, it no longer owns you. Your dreams also respond to this shift. You stop rehearsing shame. You stop reliving conflict. You stop waking with that dull ache of unspoken regret. Instead, your subconscious moves toward restoration. It trusts the process you've built, and it begins to support you instead of haunting you. This method also builds confidence, not the loud kind, the quiet kind, the kind that says, I can face myself. That confidence carries into the day. You speak more freely. You make decisions faster. You stop fearing mistakes because you know how to meet them. You stop hiding from truth because truth no longer punishes. It frees. Even your sense of identity begins to shift. You no longer see yourself as broken or behind or failing. You see yourself as someone who is becoming, someone who reflects, someone who releases. That identity doesn't need applause, it doesn't need recognition, it just needs consistency. So tonight, before the lights go out, give yourself this final moment. Sit with your reflection. Offer your apology, not to the world, but to yourself. Then close the loop. Say what needs to be said, and then rest. Because when guilt is released, rest becomes real. And real rest is what allows you to rise tomorrow, lighter, clearer, and ready. After the weight of regret has been lifted, and the soul granted permission to forgive itself, what remains is not emptiness, but clarity. That clarity creates space, a quiet openness, and in that space, something essential can finally emerge, a return to the self, not to shame it, not to repair it, but to examine it with intention. What did I truly live by today? Not in what I claimed or intended, but in how I showed up moment by moment. This is not a review for performance. This is a check-in with your inner compass, a quiet, steady audit guided by the only measures that matter, virtues that outlast emotion, pressure, and praise. The Stoics did not end their days with loose thoughts. They ended them with a mental review, a disciplined pause to hold their character up to the light and see, without flinching, whether their actions aligned with what they believed in, not for punishment, not for pride, but for correction, for clarity, for growth. This nightly inventory was their anchor. In a world filled with unpredictable events, they could not control what the day delivered, but they could control what they brought to it: courage, wisdom, and discipline. Each of these is a pillar, not soft values, but solid structures, measurable, knowable, but only if you are willing to look directly at them, not as ideas, but as behaviors. The virtue audit is not about theory, it is about evidence, not abstract ideals, but specific, lived choices. Begin by reviewing the day through the lens of courage. Ask clearly, where did I lean into fear and act anyway? Not dramatic acts of bravery, just the moments where you stepped forward instead of back, where you spoke when silence would have been easier, where you resisted the temptation to stay small. These moments often go unnoticed, but when named, they begin to build confidence, not the external kind, but the kind that whispers, "You're becoming stronger." Also ask, where did I shrink? Where did I withhold myself out of fear? Not caution, but avoidance. This is not about shame. It's about pattern recognition. When you spot fear's hiding place, you rob it of secrecy. The point is not to relive discomfort. The point is to say, next time, I'll notice sooner. I'll stay present longer. I'll speak more clearly. That awareness is how courage is trained. Repetition of small exposures. One honest review at a time. Then shift the lens to wisdom. This is harder to see because wisdom doesn't shout. It shows up in restraint, in listening, in not reacting too fast. Ask, where did I act with clarity instead of impulse? Where did I choose a long-term value over short-term emotion? Wisdom is not knowledge. It's the application of principle in real moments. It's pausing before judgment. It's adjusting when new information arrives. And it's knowing when to step back, not just when to push forward. Wisdom also means knowing what is outside your control and releasing it. So reflect honestly. Where did I try to control what was never mine to begin with? A person's opinion, a result, a response. And did that effort create peace or tension? The Stoic mind learns by watching these patterns, and the more you track them, the less they repeat. This is not punishment. This is progress. From there, move to discipline. Ask, where did I act according to what I said I would do, even when I didn't feel like it? Where did I follow through, despite inconvenience or delay? Discipline is not about punishment or rigidity. It's about honoring commitment, keeping your own word. This builds trust, not with others first, but with yourself. You begin to believe that you can rely on your own follow-through, but also ask, where did I negotiate too much with my own excuses? Not in judgment, just awareness. Did I give in to distraction that didn't nourish me? Did I make decisions based on mood instead of intention? Each of these reflections is data. When viewed without drama, that data becomes direction. You start to course correct in real time, not just in hindsight. A proper virtue audit also involves measuring the tone of your interactions. Ask, was I fair in how I treated others? Not just kind, but just. Did I let someone speak without interruption? Did I check my assumptions before reacting? These are signs of inner balance, and inner balance is what virtue ultimately produces, not control over others, but stability within the self. The key to this practice is consistency. You do not need a new standard every night. You return to the same virtues again and again, because repetition creates strength. Even when the answers are uncomfortable, the act of asking builds depth. You are teaching your mind to review without spiraling, to reflect without collapsing into guilt, to seek truth over image. Some nights you'll find that you did not live up to your standards. That's expected. The audit is not a celebration of perfection. It is a celebration of honesty. You are not rewarded for being flawless. You are rewarded for being willing to look, to learn, and to adjust. This review also prevents moral drift. The world does not often reward virtue in the short term. It rewards speed, appearance, convenience. Without conscious review, you slowly bend. You begin to measure success by reaction, not integrity. But when you reflect every night through the same lens, you remain centered. You know who you are becoming. You are less likely to be shaken by praise or blame. You can support this practice by writing a short log. Just 3 sentences, 1 for courage, 1 for wisdom, 1 for discipline. Not stories, not analysis, just a brief record. With time, patterns appear. You notice your cycles. You learn what strengthens you. You also become gentler with yourself. Not because you're less responsible, but because you understand your nature more deeply. The goal is not to finish each night feeling victorious. The goal is to finish grounded, not wondering how others saw you, but knowing how you saw yourself. This clarity improves your choices. It quiets your fears, and it brings rest, not because everything is resolved, but because your direction is known. If your mind resists this review, if it says it's too tired or that it doesn't matter, that is the exact moment when the review matters most. The unexamined day becomes the repeated mistake, but the examined day, even when painful, becomes wisdom, and wisdom is the only real guide worth following. This nightly audit is not a list of rules. It is a returning to yourself, to your values, to what remains when everything else fades. The world may judge success by numbers, but the Stoic measures success by character, and character is built one review at a time. So as you lie in bed tonight, ask without fear, was I brave today? Did I think clearly? Did I act with intention? Let your answers come. Let them be incomplete. Let them be honest. Then sleep, not as someone avoiding reflection, but as someone who has done the work. Because that work is what makes rest real, and that rest is what prepares you for tomorrow, with sharper eyes, a steadier step, and a cleaner heart. Once you've examined your actions through the lens of courage, wisdom, and discipline, when your conscience is clear and your character affirmed or corrected, there is one more attachment that must be addressed before true rest can begin. It is not emotional, it is not moral, it is physical. It is the subtle grip of comfort, the quiet dependency on external conditions to determine whether you feel safe, peaceful, or capable of rest. And while it may seem harmless, this dependency has deep roots. The Stoics warned against it often. They knew that if your peace depends on your environment, you are not yet free. This attachment shows up in small ways: a bed too firm, a room too warm, a strange pillow, a background noise, a delay in routine. These minor inconveniences become major distractions when comfort is mistaken for necessity. But comfort is a luxury, not a foundation. When treated as a requirement, it begins to erode resilience. You start to believe that you need a certain setup to feel okay. You begin to wait for conditions to be ideal. And the moment they aren't, you suffer, not because the situation is truly unbearable, but because your expectation has been violated. The Stoics saw this trap clearly. They trained themselves not only in mental toughness, but in physical neutrality. Epictetus, born a slave, slept in harsh places. He did not seek out pain, but he refused to believe that lack of comfort was suffering. Marcus Aurelius, despite his status as emperor, often reminded himself that a soft bed was not a right. If he could sleep on the ground, he remained strong, and if he could not, he had become weak. This was not asceticism for its own sake. It was clarity. It was the understanding that freedom begins when your peace is no longer held hostage by conditions. If you can sleep in discomfort with the same calm as in luxury, you have begun to master your inner world. And once that mastery is yours, nothing external can take it away. To begin building this kind of detachment, you first examine your beliefs around comfort. Ask yourself, what do I believe I need in order to sleep? Be honest. Is it a specific mattress, a sound machine, absolute silence, a fan blowing at the right angle? These habits may not be wrong, but they reveal dependency. The question is not whether they work. The question is, do they own you? Non-attachment does not mean rejecting all comfort. It means not requiring it. It means that if those things are taken away, your peace remains. You sleep anyway. You let go anyway. You do not create tension around discomfort because you have trained yourself to live above it. The practice starts small. You can condition the body to release tension regardless of the surface beneath it. Focus on breath instead of bedding. Focus on acceptance instead of resistance. When you feel discomfort, don't flinch. Observe it. Breathe through it. Say silently, "This does not control me." Over time, the body learns. It realizes that safety is not found in the arrangement of pillows, but in the attitude of the mind. Travel is one of the best teachers of this principle. Sleeping in unfamiliar places reveals just how tied we are to routine. The Stoic uses these moments as practice. You're not hoping for comfort, you're hoping for an opportunity to detach. If the room is loud, you breathe slower. If the bed is strange, you release more deeply. You stop negotiating with conditions. You begin to respond to them with neutrality. This neutrality is not numbness, it's maturity. It's understanding that sleep is a function of letting go, not a reaction to having your preferences met. The more you associate rest with inner stillness rather than outer perfection, the more consistent your sleep becomes. Even the emotional response to discomfort begins to fade. Instead of frustration, you feel calm. Instead of complaint, you feel gratitude for the chance to practice strength. This turns every environment into a dojo. Every difficult night becomes a training session. And every time you sleep well in poor conditions, you prove to yourself that your power lies within. This mindset also helps with the unpredictability of life. Because whether you sleep in a quiet room or in a noisy hospital, in your bed or on someone else's floor, your ability to rest will be shaped not by where you are, but by how well you've trained your mind to adapt. This is the meaning of the phrase, sleep like a slave or a king. You sleep well in both, not because the conditions are the same, but because your standard for peace is internal. You have built a state of readiness. You no longer beg for comfort. You use what is available. And if nothing is available, you use breath, stillness, and acceptance. Training in non-attachment also shifts your language. You stop saying, "I can't sleep unless," and you start saying, "I sleep best when, but I can rest anytime, anywhere." This change of phrasing matters. It breaks the mental link between need and sleep. It teaches your subconscious that peace is a choice, not a condition. You can apply this principle in small, deliberate ways. Once in a while, sleep without adjusting your pillow. Let your mind adjust instead. Occasionally, turn off your sound machine. Let silence become your companion. If the room is too warm, observe the sensation. Don't react. Let your body learn how to remain calm under less than perfect circumstances. This also helps in times of stress, because often, when you are emotionally unsettled, your sleep setup becomes a distraction. You start adjusting things outside yourself, hoping they will fix what is happening inside. But they won't. Only inner stillness does that. And that stillness is trained when you stop reaching for more. Another benefit is gratitude. When you stop needing comfort, you start appreciating it. The soft blanket becomes a gift, not a crutch. The quiet room becomes a bonus, not a demand. And this gratitude makes sleep sweeter, not more dependent. It creates joy without attachment. Even your view of your own body changes. You stop seeing it as fragile. You stop feeding the belief that every disturbance is a threat. You begin to trust that your system can regulate itself. You begin to understand that rest is natural, not something that must be engineered to perfection, but something that happens when the mind steps back. This principle even extends beyond sleep. In life, you stop reacting to inconvenience. You stop believing that a small discomfort has the power to ruin your peace, because you have trained yourself in the night to respond with stillness. And that stillness doesn't vanish when the sun rises. It becomes part of your rhythm. So tonight, let your bed be simple. Let your body lie wherever it must. Let the room be what it is. Stop fixing. Stop adjusting. Stop chasing comfort like it owes you rest. Instead, meet whatever the night brings with calm. Breathe. Let the surface be firm. Let the air be warm. Let the sounds come. None of it is more powerful than your mind. Say silently, "I sleep in stillness, not in comfort." Say, "Nothing external is needed for my peace." Say, "Tonight I sleep like a king or a slave. It makes no difference." And then rest. Not because everything is perfect, but because you are finally free. After training the body and mind to release their grip on external comfort, after proving to yourself that rest is not earned through softness, but through surrender, what remains to be faced is the hour itself. That fragile time between darkness and dawn when the world feels still, but the mind begins to stir again. It might be 2 a.m. or 3 a.m., but the moment is familiar. You wake. The room is quiet. Time seems to have paused, and a voice rises. Why now? The temptation is to panic, to fill the silence, to measure how many hours are left, to label this moment a problem. But it isn't. This is the sacred stillness the Stoics knew well. The quiet hour where the noise of the world is gone, and all that remains is your inner response. It is not a punishment, it is a visit. And whether or not you fall back to sleep quickly, the quality of your wakefulness matters. You are not helpless in these moments. You are not broken because you woke. You are simply invited, again, to practice awareness, to return to presence, to learn the deepest form of rest, which has nothing to do with unconsciousness and everything to do with acceptance. The body waking at this hour is not always a sign of imbalance. It may be processing, adjusting, healing. What makes the hour feel unbearable is not the waking itself, but the mental reaction to it. When your first thought is frustration, the nervous system tightens, the breath shortens, sleep drifts further away. But when your first response is stillness, everything changes. Begin by reframing the moment. This is not the middle of the night. This is the beginning of a pause, not a mistake in your sleep, but a natural variation. A chance to practice the exact thing you've been working on all along: calm in uncertainty, stillness in discomfort, grace in the unknown. When you wake, start with observation. Notice what your mind does automatically. Is it checking the clock? Is it measuring how many hours are left? Is it jumping to conclusions about how tired you'll be? This is the moment where Stoic training becomes real. You say, I see what the mind is doing, and I do not have to follow. Return to the breath, not as a tool to force sleep, but as a place to rest in the meantime. Slow, steady, present. Feel the inhale. Count it if it helps. Feel the exhale. Let it lengthen without pressure. The breath is your anchor, not to sleep, but to the now. If the body is meant to sleep again, it will. Your job is only to remain still in spirit. This practice teaches something deeper than sleep hygiene. It teaches emotional detachment from time. Most suffering at 3 a.m. comes from the illusion that time is slipping away, that the next day will be ruined. But the Stoics didn't count hours, they counted character, and in this quiet hour, character is revealed. Ask, how will I meet this moment? With fear or with patience? With dread or with curiosity? The content of your thoughts is less important than your posture toward them. Let them pass. Do not debate them. Do not fear them. Observe and return to quiet. If the mind continues to stir, redirect it gently. Recall a Stoic principle you've been reflecting on. Not to distract, but to reinforce calm. Say to yourself, nothing outside my control can disturb me. Repeat it slowly. Let it become the rhythm that replaces the racing thoughts. You can also use this hour to reconnect with your values. Instead of running from the mind, listen to it with kindness. What is it worried about? What is it trying to protect? Often, the middle of the night brings up fears that are buried during the day. But this is not a time to solve them. It's a time to soften them. Say silently, this is not the hour for fixing. This is the hour for allowing. That mindset removes pressure. And when pressure is gone, the nervous system settles. You're not demanding rest. you're offering space for it to return. Many ancient writers saw the middle of the night as a spiritual hour, a time when clarity comes not through action but through presence, when the soul is most honest because nothing else is pulling at it. If you can meet this hour without panic, you will learn something about yourself that no book or routine can teach. You will learn how to sit quietly in the dark and still feel whole. Even if sleep doesn't return right away, you have not lost the night. Rest is not all or nothing. Stillness is healing. Calm is restoration. The Stoics understood this long before studies confirmed it. The body can be horizontal and still benefit, as long as the mind is not fighting. One of the greatest benefits of reframing this hour is that you stop fearing it, and once fear is gone, the hour softens. The brain stops predicting disaster. The body stops bracing for fatigue. You simply lie there, alert or not, and trust the rhythm will return. This teaches resilience. If you can meet the hardest part of the night with grace, you can meet the day with strength. You no longer panic at disruption. You adapt. You watch. You stay grounded. And eventually, sleep returns, not forced, but invited. Let this hour become a teacher. Let it show you that you do not need perfect conditions to remain centered, that peace does not require silence or stillness or unconsciousness. It requires only your choice again and again to not turn away from the moment you're in. So the next time you wake at 3 a.m., do not ask why. Do not measure the hours left. Do not label the night ruined. Say simply, "This is practice. This is sacred stillness, and I am present for it." Not waiting, not worrying, just here. And that is enough. After learning to meet midnight awakenings with clarity instead of fear, after discovering how to be present in the stillness without rushing to fix it, what becomes increasingly clear is that the true source of peace is not control, but familiarity with discomfort. The fewer conditions you require for rest, the more naturally resilience forms. And there is a way to accelerate this resilience, to turn the discomfort itself into a deliberate tool, not just tolerating difficulty, but choosing it, not because you must, but because you are capable. The Stoics called this premeditated adversity. They practiced going without to remember they didn't need everything the world convinced them they required. Fasting was not just about food, it was about detachment, an exercise to show the body and mind that they could do more with less. Applied to sleep, this becomes sleep fasting, a gentle and controlled challenge where you intentionally reduce comfort to sharpen awareness, strengthen endurance, and retrain your nervous system to remain calm even in the absence of luxury. Sleep fasting is not about punishing yourself. It's not about deprivation for its own sake. It's about remembering that you are not fragile. It's about building a quiet confidence that your rest is earned from within, not handed to you by external softness. This is not something done nightly. It's a practice done occasionally and thoughtfully to keep your mind from becoming too attached to comfort and your body too reactive to minor disruptions. Start small. The idea is to subtract one element of comfort, not everything. For example, remove one pillow, or turn off the fan, or sleep without a heavy blanket. Maybe lower the room temperature slightly. The goal is to create a controlled discomfort, not to make yourself suffer. This is not about creating insomnia. It's about building capacity. You are learning to breathe, rest, and remain composed in a setting that isn't ideal, and discovering it's still enough. The practice begins long before sleep. It begins with the decision to step out of routine. You prepare your mind by saying, "Tonight is not for indulgence. Tonight is for strength." That phrase reorients your expectation. You're no longer going to bed hoping for maximum ease. You're going to bed to train. That shift changes how your body responds. The first few attempts may feel odd. Your mind may complain. You may notice everything: creases in the sheet, the absence of warmth, unfamiliar textures. This is the point. Not to overwhelm you, but to observe what arises when your preferences aren't met. Are you angry, restless, distracted? This feedback is valuable. It shows where your attachments still have power. Once in bed, the focus shifts to observation. You don't try to fall asleep immediately. You become curious about how the body responds. Watch your thoughts without following them. Watch the sensations without judging them. Say silently, "This is only temporary." Let the breath become your main comfort. Use it to soften the tension. This is not performance. This is exposure therapy for the comfort-addicted mind. By practicing this regularly, you begin to reshape your relationship with rest. You stop depending on conditions to feel safe. Your nervous system becomes more flexible. It learns that a mist blanket is not a threat, that noise is not danger, that you do not need perfect alignment to sleep well. Over time, this brings a deep sense of freedom, because if you can rest anywhere, you are free everywhere. There are also deeper psychological benefits. Many people walk through life over-regulated by routine. Any deviation causes distress, but sleep fasting reminds you that discomfort is not suffering. It's just another sensation. When you learn to rest through it, you stop fearing it. And when you stop fearing discomfort, you stop fearing so much of life. Another benefit is appreciation. After a night of reduced comfort, your usual setup feels different. Not taken for granted, not required, just appreciated. And appreciation increases pleasure without increasing dependency. That balance is rare. It allows you to enjoy things deeply while remaining unpossessed by them. Sleep fasting also translates into everyday resilience, because if you can sleep on a firm mat, you won't panic when a hotel mattress isn't perfect. If you can fall asleep without your usual tools, you won't break down during travel or disruption. You become less reactive, more adaptable, and adaptability is what keeps the mind strong and the emotions steady. To deepen the practice, combine it with gratitude. As you lie in a state of controlled discomfort, scan your body for what is still working. Your breath, your heartbeat, the quiet around you. Not to distract from the discomfort, but to balance the perception. This teaches the brain to hold contrast. Yes, something is missing, but nothing essential is lost. You can also layer reflection into the practice. As you lie there, ask, what else do I believe I need that may not actually be necessary? These moments often reveal hidden dependencies, not just in your sleep, but in your life. Maybe a certain approval, a routine, a belief about how things should be. When you sleep through discomfort, you're not just learning how to rest differently, you're learning how to live more freely. This practice is not meant to be nightly. Once a week, once a month, or even once every season is enough. The point is to stay in touch with your edge, to make sure you haven't forgotten that comfort is not your master. The occasional challenge strengthens your baseline. You no longer panic when your conditions shift. You've already trained for it. The Stoics knew that ease makes the mind dull, not soft, but slow. When everything is pleasant, you stop observing, you stop adjusting. But when something is missing, your awareness sharpens. Your instincts return. This makes you more present, not just in sleep, but in waking life. You stop going through the motions. You return to attention. Sleep fasting is not just a technique, it's a mindset. It says, I am capable of rest in discomfort. I trust myself to adapt. I do not need everything to go my way in order to be well. That is real confidence. Not the kind built on control, but the kind built on flexibility. Over time, the practice becomes more than a physical exercise. It becomes a statement, a declaration that your peace is not owned by objects, routines, or rituals. It is cultivated from within, protected by your choices, strengthened by your willingness to go without. And when the night ends and comfort returns, you don't rush to reclaim it. You greet it with balance, grateful but not dependent, enjoying it but no longer needing it to feel whole. So, tonight, skip the extra layer, remove the cushion, sleep slightly colder or slightly harder. Let the body feel it. Let the mind meet it. Say, this is my practice. And rest not because the bed is perfect, but because you are free to rest anywhere. You've just completed a journey that wasn't about sleep alone. It was about building the kind of mind that can rest anywhere, under any condition, at any hour. Across these 4 hours, we didn't just prepare the body for rest, we prepared the soul for resilience. You learned how to untangle emotion with self-inquiry, face fear through negative visualization, detach from tomorrow, and even treat sleep as a rehearsal for death, not with dread, but with dignity. You practiced forgiveness before drifting off, evaluated your character through virtue, and detached from comfort itself. You learned to welcome the stillness of 3 a.m. and even chose occasional discomfort to build strength in the quietest way. Not one trick, but an entire philosophy of rest rooted in stillness, clarity, and courage. Because this isn't just about sleeping better, it's about waking stronger. Now it's your turn to reflect. In the comments below, write, I rest like a Stoic. Let it be your declaration, your anchor, your reminder that peace is built, not found. If this meditation series helped guide your night or reshape the way you view rest, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. New videos like this are on the way to strengthen your mind, sharpen your discipline, and deepen your sense of inner peace. Until next time, rest well, live wisely, and rise ready. Imagine being able to stay calm and collected in the middle of a traffic jam, facing a difficult conversation with your boss, or even dealing with a personal crisis. This is the power of Stoicism, an ancient philosophy that has helped people for centuries to live happier and more fulfilling lives. Stoicism teaches us that the only thing we can truly control is our own thoughts and actions. Everything else, from the weather to the economy to the behavior of others, is outside of our control. By accepting this reality, we can free ourselves from the anxiety and frustration that comes from trying to control things that are outside of our reach. Stoicism also teaches us to focus on what we can control, which is our own character and our actions. By striving to live a virtuous life, we can create a sense of inner peace and contentment that is not dependent on external circumstances. In this video, we'll explore 10 profound lessons from Stoicism that can help you achieve inner peace and mastery over your emotions. Join us on this journey of self-discovery as we explore the ancient wisdom of Stoicism and learn how to apply it to our modern lives. Lesson number 1. Embrace what you can control. Epictetus, the Stoic sage, offers us a fundamental lesson that serves as the cornerstone of Stoic philosophy, the dichotomy of control. At the heart of this teaching is the recognition that our lives are subject to a fundamental division between elements we can control and those beyond our influence. This concept is pivotal in cultivating a calm and composed demeanor, even in the midst of life's uncertainties. In essence, Epictetus advises us to invest our energy and attention in those aspects of life that fall within our sphere of control. These include our thoughts, actions, intentions, and responses. By directing our focus to what is genuinely within our power, we can navigate life with a sense of purpose and mastery. It is the acknowledgement that our internal world is under our dominion that forms the bedrock of our tranquility. Conversely, external events and circumstances, which often elude our sway, are to be acknowledged as outside the realm of our control. Just as an archer, as exemplified by Epictetus, can aim carefully, draw the bowstring with precision, and release the arrow skillfully, yet remain uncertain of the flight's outcome, we must learn to release our attachment to outcomes we cannot govern. This release is not an act of resignation, but an embrace of equanimity in the face of life's inherent unpredictability. Epictetus's metaphor of the archer, who derives contentment from knowing they've exerted their best effort regardless of the target's fate, serves as a potent reminder of the Stoic approach to life. It encourages us to concentrate on our intentions and the dedicated efforts we put forth, accepting that the results are subject to a multitude of external factors. In essence, Stoicism reminds us to seize the reins of our inner world, embracing the dichotomy of control as a powerful tool to maintain a calm and composed disposition in a world where much remains beyond our influence. By concentrating our energies on what we can shape, we free ourselves from the burden of attempting to govern the uncontrollable, allowing us to discover serenity in the knowledge that we've done our utmost with the tools at our disposal. Lesson number 2: the power of acceptance. In the grand tapestry of Stoic philosophy, few figures stand as tall as the Roman emperor and philosopher Marcus Aurelius. His profound insights, often chiseled in the timeless monument of Meditations, resonate through the ages and illuminate one of the most powerful lessons in Stoicism, the lesson of acceptance. Marcus Aurelius guides us through a profound exploration of the human condition, acknowledging the inevitability of both triumph and tribulation. Life, as he observes, is a symphony of ups and downs, a constant ebb and flow. Within this ever-shifting landscape, there exist circumstances beyond our influence, elements we cannot control. Marcus Aurelius, in his role as a Stoic sage, extols the virtue of accepting these immutable truths. To accept, in the Stoic sense, is to embrace the reality of life's unpredictability and impermanence. It is to release the chains of attachment to specific outcomes and to walk in harmony with the unceasing rhythm of the universe. In Marcus Aurelius's words, resistance to the natural course of events leads only to turmoil and distress, like a ship struggling against the relentless current. The Stoic perspective on acceptance is akin to setting sail on the sea of existence without a fixed destination, yet with an unwavering faith in the voyage itself. It is an invitation to relinquish the desire for unyielding control and instead flow with the ever-changing stream of life. To dance with the music of the cosmos, whether its notes are serene or tempestuous, is the embodiment of Stoic temperance. In the realm of Stoicism, this lesson forms the bedrock of inner peace and tranquility. It urges us to open our arms to life's capriciousness, to savor the sweetness of success, and to weather the storms of adversity with grace. The power of acceptance, as illuminated by Marcus Aurelius, is a beacon that guides us through the labyrinth of existence, allowing us to greet each moment, each circumstance, with an equanimous heart. It is the serenity of embracing life in all its unpredictability, finding profound serenity in the midst of its ever-shifting landscape. Lesson number 3. Practice mindfulness. Practice mindfulness. Seneca, the venerable Stoic philosopher whose wisdom has transcended the ages, illuminates a crucial lesson for those seeking calm and composure in the midst of life's tempests. The practice of mindfulness. In the Stoic lexicon, mindfulness is a compass guiding us to the shores of the present moment, offering sanctuary from the ceaseless turbulence of past regrets and future uncertainties. In its essence, mindfulness is the art of inhabiting the now, of immersing oneself in the present moment with profound awareness. It is the antidote to the affliction of rumination, the ceaseless churning of the mind over past sorrows and future anxieties. Seneca's Stoic teachings beckon us to pay homage to the beauty and profundity of the present, recognizing that it is the only time that holds genuine existence. The practice of mindfulness, as outlined by Seneca, is not confined to the extraordinary moments of life, but extends its embrace to the ordinary and mundane. It encourages us to witness life's tapestry with a keen eye, from the remarkable to the seemingly inconsequential. In doing so, we detach ourselves from the tormenting clutches of regret and the paralyzing grip of worry. This Stoic mindfulness, a precious tool for preserving inner calm and clarity, acts as a bridge to the precious now, connecting us to the profound simplicity of the present. It is an art that grants us the ability to fully engage with our current circumstances, to savor each breath, and to relish the beauty that unfolds in every heartbeat. In the practice of mindfulness, we discover a timeless sanctuary where the mind finds solace, a place where inner tranquility is nurtured and composure is cultivated amidst the swirling tides of existence. Lesson number 4. Cultivate resilience. Resilience. In the vast landscape of Stoic wisdom, the lessons of resilience echo as a resounding anthem, and it is Epictetus, the Stoic philosopher par excellence, who raises his voice to teach us the profound art of confronting adversity with unwavering fortitude. To Epictetus, adversity is not a foe to be feared, but a chisel that sculpts the masterpiece of our character. Stoicism, with its roots deep in the natural order of life, imparts the fundamental truth that challenges are the warp and weft of existence. Stoics, embodying this wisdom, do not perceive adversity as an obstacle or a source of suffering, but rather as an opportunity, a crucible that tempers and refines their inner metal. Epictetus beckons us not to wilt before the storms of life, but to stand steadfast like the unyielding oak, unshaken by the tempest. The essence of this Stoic perspective lies in the profound realization that it is not the events themselves, but our judgments, reactions, and the choices we make in the face of adversity that hold the power to distress us. It is the lens through which we view life's trials that shapes our inner tranquility. To cultivate resilience in the Stoic vein is to walk the path of personal development, and to recognize adversity not as a scourge, but as a tutor. Stoicism teaches us that in the crucible of hardship, we discover the true extent of our strength, and it is through facing life's tribulations with courage and unwavering resilience that we emerge like tempered steel, with a character fortified by the trials we have endured. The Stoic perspective on adversity harmonizes seamlessly with the Stoic belief in the sovereignty of choice. Epictetus, in his sagacity, urges us to confront challenges not with trepidation, but with the valor of a warrior, for it is through our responses to external events that we preserve the sanctity of our inner calm and composure. It is the gift of resilience that allows Stoics to navigate life's tempestuous seas with an unswerving gaze, unwavering even in the face of the most turbulent storms. Lesson number 5. Choose your response. Choose your response. Epictetus, the venerable Stoic sage whose wisdom has traversed the annals of time, bequeaths to us a profound lesson of immeasurable value, the power of choice in our responses. Within the Stoic philosophy, this lesson stands as an indomitable pillar, a lighthouse guiding us through the tumultuous seas of existence. Epictetus, with unwavering conviction, imparts the truth that while the tides of external events may remain beyond our dominion, the helm of our responses is firmly within our grasp. This, he proclaims, is the essence of Stoic wisdom. In the Stoic sanctum, wherein calm and composure reign supreme, the locus of control is resolutely internal. Stoicism, a philosophy grounded in profound self-mastery, extols the sovereignty of our responses to life's multifarious challenges. It is in this sacred space that the Stoic virtues, wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance serve as guiding stars, illuminating the path to maintaining inner tranquility. Epictetus, with his sage counsel, invites us to contemplate the nature of our judgments and reactions, particularly in the crucible of adversity. It is through this introspection that we awaken to the profound truth that we possess the sacred gift of choice, the ability to consciously craft our responses to the myriad external events that unfold in our lives. The Stoic approach to responding sagely to life's vicissitudes is akin to a masterstroke on the canvas of existence. It is the choice to align our responses with the Stoic virtues, to confront life's tribulations with the wisdom of sages, the courage of heroes, the justice of righteous hearts, and the temperance of those who tread the path of inner mastery. The Stoics' arsenal, laden with the wisdom of Epictetus, is a bastion of inner peace, impervious even to the fiercest storms. Through conscious choice and alignment with Stoic virtues, we forge a shield that preserves our serenity in the face of adversity. It is the Stoics' clarion call to navigate the labyrinthian corridors of life with grace and resilience, for in the crucible of conscious choice, we find the crucible of enduring inner peace. Lesson number 6. Limit excessive desires. In the illustrious tapestry of Stoic wisdom, woven with threads of reason and virtue, Seneca's counsel on the Stoic principle of moderation stands as a masterpiece in itself. A sage known for his profound philosophical essays on virtue and personal development, Seneca extends to us a lesson of paramount importance, a lesson that beckons us to curb the tempestuous desires that often threaten to engulf our inner calm. At the heart of Stoicism lies the belief that excessive desires, like turbulent seas, have the power to cast our lives adrift, leaving us in a perpetual state of turmoil and discontent. The Stoic sages, in their unwavering pursuit of inner tranquility, recognized the perils of unbridled longing for wealth, status, and material possessions far beyond what is necessary for a life of virtue and wisdom. Seneca, echoing the Stoic sentiment, imparts his wisdom, rooted in the belief that authentic contentment finds its dwelling in the sanctuary of limited desires. It is a lesson that encourages us to navigate the labyrinthine corridors of existence with the rudder of moderation, guiding us toward the tranquil harbor of inner peace. The Stoic path, as illuminated by Seneca's wisdom, beckons us to simplify our desires, seeking only that which is requisite for a life marked by goodness and virtue. In this simplification, we unearth the precious gems of contentment and tranquility, independent of the capricious winds of external fortune. The Stoic practice of limiting excessive desires becomes the lodestar, ensuring the maintenance of a calm and composed disposition. It is within the walls of this ancient wisdom that we discover the profound truth that the fervent pursuit of external treasures is but a fleeting mirage, and the true treasures lie within, waiting to be unearthed. Seneca's teachings stand as an enduring testament to the Stoic commitment to inner mastery and the temperance of desires, forging a path that leads to the sacred sanctuary of inner calm. Lesson number 7. Be virtuous. The essence of Stoicism, as nurtured and cherished by the great Stoic philosophers like Epictetus, Seneca, and Marcus Aurelius, resides in the unwavering commitment to virtue, a commitment that lies at the very heart of this ancient philosophy. The Stoic virtues, comprising wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, become the compass guiding us toward a life marked by inner composure and tranquility. In the rich tapestry of Stoic wisdom, the virtues occupy a hallowed place. They are the moral lodestars that beckon us to navigate life's tempestuous seas with grace and wisdom. These virtues, etched into the annals of Stoic thought, are not mere abstractions. They are the pillars upon which the Stoic ideal of living in harmony with the natural order of the universe rests. Wisdom, the first of these virtues, serves as a beacon of light, illuminating the path of reason and discernment. It calls upon us to cultivate a deep understanding of the world and our place within it. The Stoic sages, such as Epictetus, understood that wisdom is the foundation upon which all other virtues are built. With wisdom as our guiding star, we gain the capacity to see the world as it truly is and to discern between the fleeting and the enduring. Courage, the second virtue, stands as the sentinel guarding the fortress of our moral character. It calls upon us to face life's challenges with steadfastness and resolve. In the Stoic lexicon, courage is not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. It is the unwavering determination to confront adversity with inner fortitude. Seneca, through his teachings, extols the importance of courage in forging a character marked by resilience and unwavering resolve. Justice, the third virtue, extends its mantle of righteousness over the Stoic path. It beckons us to live in accordance with the principles of fairness and moral rightness. The Stoic philosophers, drawing inspiration from the wellsprings of justice, guide us toward making decisions that are rooted in equity and virtue. The pursuit of justice ensures that our actions align with the moral order of the universe, fostering inner tranquility and composure. Temperance, the final virtue, serves as the guardian of moderation and self-restraint. It reminds us to exercise control over our desires, for it is through temperance that we discover the gateway to true contentment. Seneca, in his philosophical essays, emphasizes the importance of simplifying our desires and seeking only that which is essential for a virtuous life. In the temperance of desires, we uncover the wellspring of inner calm, irrespective of external circumstances. These virtues, championed by various Stoic philosophers, converge to shape a life that exemplifies the Stoic ideal. They serve as the lodestar, guiding us through life's turbulent seas with grace, wisdom, and unshakable inner peace. By adhering to these virtues and allowing them to permeate our thoughts and actions, we maintain a calm and composed disposition, reflecting the Stoic commitment to inner harmony and ethical living. In the mosaic of Stoicism, The virtues are the vibrant colors that compose the image of a life lived in harmony with the eternal truth of the cosmos. Lesson number 8. Understand the transitory nature of life. The transitory nature of life, in the profound and timeless verses of his Meditations, Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher, delves into the essence of life, a life imbued with transience. His teachings are a testament to the wisdom that accepting the ever-changing nature of existence is a cornerstone for maintaining a calm and composed demeanor. Through the lens of Stoicism, Marcus Aurelius imparts a lesson that is perhaps one of the most pivotal for achieving inner serenity. He invites us to embark on a philosophical journey that involves acknowledging the ephemeral and transient aspects of life. The Stoic recognition of this reality, often referred to as the transitory nature of life, is not a harbinger of despair. Rather, it serves as a cornerstone of strength that can lend profundity to our existence. The core of this lesson is the understanding that nothing in the realm of human experience, be it the moments of joy or the trials of adversity, is immutable. The universe, in its eternal ebb and flow, weaves a tapestry of constant change. The Stoic sage does not resist this cosmic dance, but chooses to waltz in harmony with it, with grace and wisdom. Marcus Aurelius urges us to unburden ourselves from the weight of attachments to those fleeting moments that shimmer like stars across the night sky, and to the material possessions that hold our attention for but a brief interlude. He teaches us to appreciate these moments and possessions as they come into our lives, but also to let them go when the time for departure arrives. In doing so, we unearth an inner sanctuary of calm and composure, impervious to the external tempests. Accepting the impermanence of all things, as championed by Marcus Aurelius, acts as a salve for the soul. It allows us to put into perspective the vicissitudes of life. It liberates us from the bondage of anxiety that stems from clutching onto what was or what might have been. Through this Stoic teaching, we become the architects of our inner fortitude, crafting a character marked by resilience in the face of life's inevitable changes. In understanding the transitory nature of life, we pave the way for a profound sense of inner tranquility. We recognize that our capacity for calm and composure transcends the rise and fall of external circumstances. It is an enduring presence, much like the stars that continue to shimmer in the night sky, irrespective of the fleeting clouds that pass before them. Marcus Aurelius, through his Stoic wisdom, invites us to bask in the light of this understanding, offering us the opportunity to savor life's moments while retaining an unwavering sense of inner peace. Lesson number 9. The value of gratitude. In the profound tapestry of Stoic philosophy, woven with threads of wisdom and resilience, there exists a gem that sparkles with profound insight: the value of gratitude. This lesson, championed by Seneca, one of Stoicism's eminent philosophers, illuminates the path to inner calm and contentment, irrespective of life's challenges. It guides us to celebrate not only life's triumphs, but also its tribulations, for it is through the lens of gratitude that we find serenity even in the face of adversity. Seneca, in his essays dedicated to the concept of gratitude, masterfully extolled its virtues. He beckoned us to redirect our gaze from what we may lack to what we have, to find solace in the present moment, and to embrace the treasures that often go unnoticed. In this Stoic practice, we unearth a potent tool for sustaining a profound sense of inner peace. The core of Seneca's teachings on gratitude is a gentle reminder that the act of being thankful is not contingent on the abundance of our possessions, but rather on our ability to perceive life's blessings in their myriad forms. In this sense, gratitude is not a mere response to life's easy moments, but a profound acknowledgement that even amidst the tempest's fury, there is a shelter of calm to be found. By cultivating a sense of gratitude, we recalibrate our relationship with life. We learn to see the splendor in the ordinary, the lesson within adversity, and the preciousness of every fleeting moment. Seneca encourages us to be content with the present, recognizing that the treasures of life are not commodities to be acquired, but experiences to be cherished. The value of gratitude, as illuminated by Seneca, acts as a guardian of our inner peace. It teaches us to ceaselessly reflect on the blessings that have graced our journey. In doing so, we discover that gratitude is an elixir that transmutes the base elements of despair and longing into the gold of contentment and serenity. In moments of challenge, a heart steeped in gratitude does not falter. It finds strength even in the midst of adversity, for it recognizes that the trials of life too are teachers. As Seneca would remind us, the Stoic spirit does not waver in the face of hardship. Instead, it flourishes, drawing nourishment from gratitude's deep well. In the Stoic tradition, the value of gratitude is an unwavering companion that ushers us towards a profound sense of tranquility. It elevates us above life's tempestuous waves, revealing the serenity that lies in embracing the blessings, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant. With Seneca's wisdom, we come to realize that practicing gratitude is not a mere response to life's joys, but a steadfast embrace of the beauty found in life's most trying moments. With every breath, every heartbeat, and every fleeting moment, we are presented with opportunities to unearth the treasures of gratitude. Seneca's Stoic legacy beckons us to cherish the present, not in spite of life's challenges, but because of them, and to savor the beauty that surrounds us. It is in this luminous practice that we discover a profound sense of tranquility and calm, even amidst the tempests of existence. Lesson number 10. Keep learning and growing. In the profound tapestry of Stoicism, where wisdom is woven with threads of resilience and temperance, we find a radiant lesson that beckons us to embark on a lifelong journey of self-improvement. Epictetus, one of Stoicism's luminaries, stands as a steadfast guide in this pursuit, revealing that the path to inner calm and composure is paved with the stones of personal growth. The Stoic commitment to self-improvement is a recurring theme in the philosophy, finding resonance across different Stoic philosophers. Epictetus, in particular, carries the torch of this lesson with unwavering conviction. He invites us to tread a path of perpetual growth, emphasizing that this commitment is a treasure trove of wisdom that equips us to navigate life's challenges with grace and sagacity. At the heart of this Stoic doctrine lies a profound realization that life is an unceasing voyage. We are not static beings, but vessels of potential, forever capable of evolution. The commitment to lifelong learning and growth is an unyielding call to action, a reminder that no matter where we stand, there are yet horizons to explore and virtues to cultivate. The Stoic pursuit of self-improvement aligns harmoniously with the quest for wisdom and tranquility. It is an acknowledgement that inner calm and composure are not static attributes, but dynamic processes enriched by the ceaseless quest for understanding. Epictetus encourages us to strive for wisdom as we would for a precious gem, knowing that it is the compass that guides us through the labyrinth of existence. The Stoic journey of self-improvement finds its pulse in the ebb and flow of life's experiences. We are not called to perfection, but to progress, not to stagnation, but to steady growth. This Stoic lesson echoes through the corridors of wisdom, whispering that there is no final destination but an endless odyssey of becoming a better version of ourselves. In embracing this lesson, we learn to navigate life's challenges with resilience and fortitude. The Stoic spirit finds strength not in the absence of adversity, but in the quest for growth, which adversity often catalyzes. We discover that setbacks are not roadblocks, but stepping stones, and every trial is a teacher. The commitment to lifelong learning and growth is a lighthouse in the tempest, a source of calm in the face of life's challenges. It is a testament to the Stoic principle that, regardless of external circumstances, we are the masters of our inner world. The more we learn, the more we grow, and the more we grow, the better we become at weathering the storms of existence. In the echoes of Epictetus's teachings, we find an invitation to celebrate the journey of self-improvement, to revel in the process of learning, and to honor the endeavor of growth. It is a lesson that assures us that with every step taken on this path, we come closer to the heart of Stoicism, a life marked by inner calm, composure, and the pursuit of wisdom. In a world filled with distractions and uncertainties, Stoicism offers a timeless and practical guide to maintaining calm and composure. By embracing these 10 lessons from Stoicism, inspired by the wisdom of different Stoic philosophers and embodying the virtue of temperance, you can navigate life's challenges with grace, wisdom, and inner peace. The Stoic temperance becomes your anchor, guiding you through the storms of existence and helping you keep calm in the face of adversity. As you embrace these Stoic lessons, you discover a profound sense of tranquility and equanimity that enables you to thrive regardless of life's challenges. Stoicism's enduring wisdom reminds us that inner peace and composure are not dependent on external circumstances, but are cultivated within through the practice of these valuable lessons. Top of form, bottom of form.